firm and intact no matter what. So easy to get sweaty and sticky in the summer, but with this ice silk fabric and hold back design, all pressure and heat will be released from your aging skin. Bulges are so annoying, especially under tight outfits, but now you'll be getting rid of them forever. There's absolutely no stitchings, no bra lines. Totally invisible under any type of outfit. This bra is 5 times stretchier than any bra out there. Available to Cup F, fit every body sizes and shapes. Gives you that confidence you've always been looking for. Every brace sent to you is the best version of itself. Summer sale going on right now. Don't miss it.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see far away, but also see near. This smart zoom glasses from Japan are really great. No need to wear lenses. The degree can be used from 100 degrees to 700 degrees. The glasses will automatically adapt to your vision, can see clearly far away and near, and are very comfortable to use. It also has the function of blocking blue light. Even if you watch TV or mobile phone for a long time, your eyes will not feel tired. If your vision is not very good or blurry, you might as well try this glasses. I believe you will love it. The lowest price on the market. Click the link to buy now.
heels aren't just issue, they're a mindset.
Totally. You put them on and suddenly you have secrets.
Like, I know something you don't.
And I'm 5 inches taller.
Meet Chris, CIO of LSH Auto. With 8x8, he excavates hidden customer insights, races past legacy roadblocks, balances scattered systems flawlessly. And when outdated tech mounts up, he demolishes it into dust. Oh, and he crushes quarterly meetings too. Hero on, Chris! That's the power of you, powered by 8x8.
Court 10. The 30th Judicial District of the State of Tennessee is now open for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment. All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated. Good morning, Judge.
Before we get started, this is to the media, particularly those that are taking pictures and operating the camera. The next witness face should not be filmed. And please make sure that you're careful not to take pictures of and video these families, either one of these families. Okay?
Your Honor, could you also let them know if they took some video of the family that they played on the news last night to stop playing it if they do any more?
Well, now that's out in the hallway.
Right.
I recognize that if they're following Mr. Govan around, they're going to be videoed.
I don't mind about Mr. Govan.
That's what I'm saying, but if they're around Mr. Govan, that also is going to happen. They probably don't need to exit the courtroom right behind him or with him and that kind of thing.
Right, it was just in the break yesterday morning, they were filming the families that were coming in and going. I just didn't want that played. I'd make sure Mr. Govan only goes with me, so we don't have that issue of recognizing that.
Thank you.
So if they played it, I just don't want to play it again if we can prevent more damage.
Okay. That's out in the hallway.
Yes.
If we can, where's Officer Schaefer? Get Officer Schaefer to go out and let them know they are not to be camera.
Boaz. He's right.
Officer Boaz, if you can let can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can let the cameras know out in the hallway that they are not to video these families as they come and go out of the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Any pre-trial matters we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You can bring it through.
I wanted a personalized weight loss plan that understood me and my goals. That's what I found with hers. Hers offers effective options, including oral medications and compounded GLP-1 injections.
say, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury is now entering the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name, Cardi, please.
The state calls Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold.
Just stand right here, ma'am. Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Angela Arnold, ANGELAARNOLD.
Miss Arnold, are you familiar with someone named Cornelius Smith?
Yes,
How are you familiar with him?
dating my boyfriend
How long have you been with Miss Smith?
since 2016.
Okay. And were you dating him in 2021?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Hernandez Govan?
I don't know him, but I've seen him.
If
I
you were
know
look-
of him.
Okay, but you've seen him before?
Yes,
If you could look around the courtroom and tell us if you see him here today,
yes.
could you point him out and identify him for the record, please?
In a gray shirt with the gray tie.
For the record, she's identified Mr. Govan in court.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, if you could remove your gun. Thank you. And how are you familiar, or where have you seen Mr. Govan?
A couple of times riding with Cornelius over his house,
Over whose house?
over Govan's house.
Okay. So you and Cornelius Smith would go to Govan's house?
I would ride with him, yes.
Okay. Would you ever go inside?
No,
So how do you know it was Govan's house?
because Cornelius told me.
Did you see Govan outside the home?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where this home is located?
on Bradley Street,
Okay. What area of town is that?
Orange Mound.
And on the times that you saw him at the home, did you ever speak to Mr. Govan?
No,
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Govan?
no.
And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you about discussions that he might have had with Mr. Govan?
Yes.
So what did he tell you?
He said, something about a hit
A hit on who?
on Dolph.
So Cornelius Smith told you that he talked about a Dolph hit with Hernandez Govan?
Yes.
Okay. So do you remember when Mr. Smith told you about that conversation?
I can't remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it in 2021?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was it hot or cold outside? Do you
It
remember?
was hot outside.
Okay. And so when Mr. Smith told you about that discussion he had with Govan, did he ever tell you about a dollar amount?
He mentioned a dollar amount.
Do you remember what that dollar amount was?
It was between $1 million and 1.5.
Okay. And so this discussion that y'all had, was it before Adolph Thornton was killed?
Yeah.
Okay. And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you any specifics about this hit on Dolph?
No.
Okay. Did he tell you when and where they were going to do it?
No.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Smith ever have, well, let me back up a little bit. Do you know someone by the name of Anthony Mims or Big Jook?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Smith ever have direct contact with Big Jook?
No.
So how would he, if he communicated at all with Big Jook, how did he do that?
He said he would talk to Govan, send a message through him, and he would get a message to Jook. And Jook would talk to Govan, and Govan would tell them a message.
Okay. So Govan was the link between Mr. Smith and Big Jook?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to November 17th, 2021. Do you know where you were that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at his dad's house before I went home.
Whose dad's house?
Cornelius.
Okay. And was Mr. Smith there as well?
Yes.
How long were y'all there for?
Well, I had left. I can't remember.
When did you leave?
It was, I can't remember the time, but I know I had left and went home.
Did you leave alone?
Yes.
So Mr. Smith wasn't with you?
I had took him to work.
Okay. You took Cornelius Smith to work?
No.
Who did you take to work?
His dad.
Okay. And so when you left the house that day, was Cornelius Smith still at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him leave the house?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you remember him getting any calls that morning before you left his dad's house?
He got a phone call.
Okay, so Cornelius Smith got a phone call before you left?
Yes.
Do you happen to know who that call was from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall anyone coming to the house before you left?
I seen a car pulled up, but I can't tell you who was in it.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
It was a white car.
Do you know the make or the model of the car?
No, I don't.
Was it a truck? Was it a sedan?
It was a car. It wasn't an SUV or nothing.
Okay. And you said you don't know the other person in the car?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Smith get into the car at all?
No, I had pulled off.
Okay. And where exactly did this person pull up to? Was it right in front of Cornelius's?
It was across the street.
Okay. Do you know if that car was there for Cornelius Smith?
I really don't.
Okay. And so I want to go to later on that day, November 17, 2021. Did Cornelius Smith contact you later that day?
Yes.
Okay. How did he contact you? Did he call you?
He called me.
Okay. Did he call you from his usual phone number?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I didn't recognize the number.
Okay. And so he called you, and what did he say to you?
Told me to come pick him up.
From where?
2 Lane Apartments.
Okay. Have you ever been to 2 Lane Apartments before?
No, I had.
Okay. So he told you where he was.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go and pick him up?
Yes.
Okay. And when you picked him up, what kind of car were you driving?
My car?
Yeah.
I had a Chevy Trax.
What color was it?
Like a dark gray.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6, the video. Does that car look familiar?
Yes.
Is that your car?
Yes.
And who were you waiting on at that point?
Cornelius.
And who's that walking out right there?
It's Cornelius with a bag in his hand.
Is Cornelius in the black?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, is he walking towards your car?
Yes.
Okay.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds, or heading out on a weekend getaway with its upscale interior loaded with advanced tech and safety features.
Up in the top left corner of that picture, right on the edge, do you see Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see your car?
Yes.
Your Honor, would ask this photo to be entered as the next number exhibit?
No objection.
So this is a photo of a parking lot, several cars in the lot, apartment complexes around the picture, in the edge of the picture. And on the very left edge of the picture is who has been identified as Cornelius Smith with the back. We'll mark this as Exhibit 7.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish in the jury?
Okay.
So Ms. Arnold, I'm actually going to give you this pointer. And this very first button, if you could use it to kind of circle where Cornelius Smith is and where your car is. The very first button, the top one.
Because you might not be able to do it through the screen. You want to step down, step right there and see if you can point at it. Oh my gosh, be careful. Where's the pointer working?
It should be, Your Honor. Oh.
That's the top of it.
You have to ask them. Miss, and you see if it's working, give it back to.
Yeah.
Where's the first to see if it's, let's try to come on.
Yep.
There it is, it's
You
working.
just have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so that person right there, that's Cornelius Smith.
Yes.
And the car next to him, is that your car?
Yes.
Okay. You can see it. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Smith, he got in your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When he got into your car, did he talk to you at all?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He been hit.
So he got shot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where he got shot at?
In the shoulder.
Did he tell you how he got shot?
Yeah.
So how did he tell you he got shot?
He said he got shot when they went up there in Makeda's cookies, and he said they were shooting at Dolph, and when he got back to the car, someone shot back at them, and he got shot in the shoulder.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that incident? Did he ever tell you why he didn't call you from his own number?
He said that he put his phone in the car,
In which car?
the Mercedes.
Okay. Did he tell you where the car was?
No, he didn't tell me where it was.
Okay. Well, did he try to get his phone back?
Yes.
How do you know that?
He told me we need to go up there and get his phone out the car, and he got in touch with Govan, and we went up the pressure wire.
Okay. So he got in touch with Govan. Did he use your phone to do that?
I can't remember.
Okay. So one way or another, he got in touch with Govan.
Yes.
Okay. And when y'all left 2 Lane Apartments, where did y'all go?
It's a pressure wire.
Did y'all immediately go to Pressure World, or did y'all make a stop beforehand?
Well, we stopped at the gas station across the street. He got him a cigarette.
Okay, so after y'all left the gas station, y'all went to Pressure World.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got to Pressure World, who was there?
Govan.
Okay. And was he inside of his car, or was he outside?
He was inside of a car.
Okay, do you remember what kind of car it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so were you driving at that point?
Yes.
Okay, so you parked the car, and did Cornelius stay in the car, or did he get out?
He got out and went back there where he was. Govan got out of the car and they walked to the back and they was talking. I didn't hear the conversation because I was in my car.
Okay, so you didn't hear anything?
No.
Did you ever speak to Govan at all?
No.
But you saw him at the car wash that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Govan give Mr. Smith anything?
I did.
Okay. And after this, did you and Mr. Smith leave?
Yeah.
Where did y'all go?
He was just riding around.
Okay. Did y'all ever stop at any point?
Yeah, we went to AutoZone.
Okay. So was it that same day that y'all went to AutoZone?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did y'all go to AutoZone?
To get a car cover.
So did Smith tell you that you needed a car cover?
No, the car cover was supposed to be for the cover of the car that I guess they used.
Okay. Did he tell you that anyone told him to get a car cover?
No, he didn't.
Okay, he just said, we need to go to AutoZone and get a car cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was this?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you said it was the same day that you got the phone from Pressure World?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you say yes or no, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So y'all got to AutoZone, and did you go inside, or did Mr. Smith go inside?
I can't remember.
Okay. But was a car cover purchased at all?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because it was purchased, but I can't remember who bought it.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And was it in an AutoZone bag or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened after y'all left AutoZone?
We rode around, tried to get him some pain meds because he said he was hurt.
Okay. After y'all rode around and tried to get him some pain meds, where did y'all end up?
We ended up at his dad's house because he was bleeding real bad and he wanted to change clothes.
Okay. And did he change clothes?
Mm-hmm.
What happened while
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And what happened when y'all got to the house and once he changed clothes?
He changed clothes and he went in the bathroom. I was sitting in his bedroom and he passed out and I got him up off the floor.
Okay. And what happened after you got him off the floor?
We left.
Who was we?
Me and Cornelius left.
Okay, so y'all left his dad's house.
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
We ended up at his aunt's house.
Okay. And just for the jury's clarification, where is Cornelius Smith's dad's house located?
Wild Rose.
Okay. About how far away is it from the house that you remember Mr. Govan being at?
It's not far.
Okay. Would you say less than 5 minutes?
I'd say about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
So I'm going to ask another question. So was there ever a time where during this time, did Mr. Smith ever ask you to drop him off and spin the block and then come back and get him?
Yes.
Okay, where were y'all when this happened?
That day, it was dark outside and he wanted to wipe the prints. He thought his fingerprints was on the car. He wanted to wipe his prints off the car. So I pulled up at the top of Bradley Street. He got out and I hit the block and came back and picked him up.
Okay. And you said this was nighttime?
Yes.
And do you remember what day this was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it before or after you got the car covered?
I don't remember.
So let's fast forward a little bit. Just about a week or so later, did you stay in Memphis?
Yes.
So you were in Memphis the week after that?
Well, the Thanksgiving night, we went to Atlanta. I had a job offer. So we left like 4 o'clock that morning because I had to go get a TB skin test read. So we made it up there, and I got a text from Greater Hospital saying that orientation had been canceled, and they'll let me know when the next orientation will be. So we left like that Sunday and came back to Memphis.
Okay, so how long were y'all in Atlanta for?
From just a weekend. I say from we left that Thursday night. Well, Friday and Saturday. We came back Sunday.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit into December. Did Mr. Smith ever say that he talked to Govan after the murder?
I can't remember.
Did he ever tell you that he ran into Govan after the murder?
Yes.
Okay, when did he tell you that?
He said he was he was in South Memphis going to get some pills, and he ran into him in traffic. He blew the horn. Govan turned around.
Our future won't be handed to us. We will build it.
But how can we, when the education we need is still just an elective?
The power to create with.
I don't know what you done heard, but I ain't said nothing. But we gonna get this money. And he said something about going to Privé. Then he gonna make sure that he get his money.
So, the next day, after this run-in with Mr. Govan in the street, did you see Mr. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see him?
He picked me up from work. We was together.
Okay. And where did y'all go after he picked you up from work?
We went over his own house.
Okay. When was the last day that you remember actually seeing Mr. Smith?
Well, the day that he got picked up, I had a job interview at the airport. I took my grandkids to school. I went to my job interview. We left the job interview. It was his daughter's birthday. He wanted to take her some cupcakes or something, so he had to talk to her mom to make sure it was okay. We went to the school. She called to verify that it would be okay.
Who is she?
Shay, his baby mom.
Okay.
So we left there. We went to Kroger, got some cupcakes and stuff, and he dropped me off at work.
Okay. And that was the last time you remember seeing him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was he arrested that day?
Yes. He left me stranded at work. I didn't realize he had got locked up until the next day, because I was stranded at work. He was in my car. He had my phone, so I had no way of calling him or anything. So the next day when I got up, my daughter took me over his baby mom's house, and that's when I found out that he had got arrested.
Have you ever spoken to police about this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you speak to them multiple times?
Twice.
Okay. That first time, did you tell them everything that you told us today?
Yeah.
The first
Some
time?
of it. I held back some information.
Okay.
The first time. So the second time I went down there, I told them everything. Because I told them I was scared for my family.
I'll pass the witness here.
Yeah, if we could have a minute to switch out the computers after I'll log off for us tomorrow. Give me 1 second till we get it. All right, Mr. Owner, my name is Manny Aurora. I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan in this case, okay?
Okay.
It's clear you don't want to be here today, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutors?
The police?
The police or the prosecutors here today?
I talked to the police. I came down here 201. I talked to the police twice.
Okay.
And I talked to those ladies once.
All right. When was that?
Last week.
Okay. Could it have been twice if they came by your house last week?
I wasn't there.
Okay. Did you talk to them this morning?
Yes.
All right. Did you watch any of this trial on TV yesterday?
Not much of it.
All right, but you watched some of it, the trial, so you heard what the witnesses...
I saw the beginning of it.
Did you see your boyfriend's testimony? None of it?
Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
I just couldn't watch it.
Okay. But you watched some of the trial yesterday before you testified. You're testifying here
Just the
today.
beginning of it.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 24th of 2025, your daughter had a baby, right?
Yes.
All right. You remember I came by your house to try to talk to you, and I came back the next day to talk to you, and you mentioned to me that you don't remember anything about this and you have nothing to say. You remember that?
I didn't talk to you.
Okay. So on June 24th, when you had your body, you know I came by your house, right? You remember that?
I didn't never see you.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius, you've been dating him since 2016.
Yes.
All right. And you talk to him regularly.
Yes.
You still talk to him since he's been locked up.
Yes.
All right. You go visit him.
Well, I can't personally go visit him.
Okay.
They do a video visit.
Okay. So let me rephrase. You talked to him on the phone and you video visited with
Yes.
him. Does Mr. Cornelius ever call you on a cell phone from the prison?
No.
Okay. So it's always a recorded line?
Yes.
Okay. The video visits, though, those are
Yes.
you guys? All right. How many times do you think you visited him in the last 4 years since he got arrested?
Since he been, for this case?
For this case, without bond, he's been pending trial.
Well, when he was down here at 201, I used to come down here and visit him.
Okay. And with regards to what you testified to here today, I mean, everything's essentially what Cornelius has told you, right? You're just repeating what he said to you.
Yes.
Okay. So, this thing about pressure world, well, let's take it one step at a time. Do you know who Bobby Carter is?
A friend of his.
All right. Did Cornelius ever tell you about doing a shooting with Bobby Carter in the summer of 2021, a few months before Dolph was killed?
No.
All right. Did he ever tell you doing any type of shooting or trying to shoot somebody named Moochie Gray?
No.
All right. But Bobby Carter's a friend of his, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Bobby Carter?
I've seen him.
All right. And with regards to Mr. Govan, how long have Cornelius and Mr. Govan been hanging out? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
All right. So by a while, I mean, they've known each other for a long time.
I would say.
Okay. So you're not talking about a couple weeks or a month. He's known him for a while. He buys his pills from him. He hangs out at Bradley, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure my definition of a while is the same as yours. So if I said I just met somebody a couple of weeks ago, that wouldn't be accurate. He's known Mr. Govan for a while.
From my knowledge, for some months.
Okay. And he would then go do pill sales with him. He'd go buy pills at his house.
Yes.
But he'd also buy pills from Bobby Carter.
I'm not sure.
When you talked to the police, do you remember telling them that Cornelius would buy pills from a street called Redbud, on Redbud Street?
Yes.
Okay. Who lives on Redbud Street?
I don't know the girl's name, but Somebody he know and buy pills from.
Okay. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Mr. Govan is a federal snitch?
He said he heard something like that.
All right. Was that before or after the shooting of Mr. Dolph?
After.
Okay. With regards to the pressure world, you familiar with pressure world?
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
You've been there a bunch, you recognize it?
I ain't been there a bunch.
How many times you been there?
I don't never go there, I drive by there.
Okay, would you recognize it if I showed you some pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you about 10 or 12 pages. If you could just look through it and tell me if this is the pressure world that you recognize.
Yes.
And that's what pressure world looked like on that day on the 17th when you guys went there to meet Govan to pick up the phone, right?
Yes.
It's true and accurate of how you remember it looking back in November of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish those. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 photos. I can count it, but I'd like to offer that in evidence.
Are we entering
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Well, do we know when these pictures were taken?
Well, I just asked her, is there true and accurate copies of when it is, and she said yes, so it doesn't matter.
She says that's what they look like at the time. That she went by there with Mr. Smith. I'm gonna take that little sticky off.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, it just says original, so I don't get the copies mixed up.
So these are. So are all of these necessary?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a point.
Did you know the average kid consumes over 50 pounds of added sugar a year? And who has time to read all those ingredient labels? Enter Thrive Market. Shop thousands of organic and non-GMO groceries for up to 30% off. Try
Now these aren't all the pressure world. So look at the last four.
The last 3 are pressure roll just close-ups, but the other one is a business across the street, so I can pull that one.
It's 3 pictures. And 4.
4.
Yeah.
That's the close-up, right?
You don't want to approach. Sorry.
you want to make this one exhibit, or?
So this is a collective exhibit. It's 14 pictures of the pressure world business. It's several pictures, different angles, different parts of the building, including the office. We'll make this a collective exhibit 8. And you can lay a foundation for this if you
I will. All right, can I publish the photos, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. And folks, this is going to be really hard to see because the TV's so far away, but I don't have a pointer, so I'll try to explain.
You can use the space pointer, I'm sure.
Did it work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it works.
Oh.
Press the button.
It's the very first one. You have to click and hold.
This
Very
one?
top.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a USB for the.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. They used to do this for hundreds of years. I'll figure it out. That's what pressure work looked like back then, as you just testified, right?
You have to drive in there.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the opening, right, where you get in where it says pressure room?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you the photos so you can go through them closely because it's hard to see. Oh, sorry. You see this camera right over here? That's in pressure room, and I know it's a little hard to see. And so I've got lots of angles of all the different cameras that I'm going to ask you. You see those in the photos at Pressure World. You see that, right?
At the top,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it out, but it look like a camera.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, just a different angle of the entrance from Pressure World, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. And you see the sign right at the entrance of Pressure World that says this place is under video monitoring. Beware, warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. You see that camera? Can we make it bigger, please? You see that camera on the top right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this, there's a big mural on Pressure World right there,
Yeah.
home of the Grizzlies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Zoom in on this one. And so this is sort of the side of the business. You see the black camera there, and the light camera thing, whatever that is, and then another white camera right there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You guys were parked on the side, right?
It look like in the front.
Oh, in the front, okay. But the gentleman went to the side to talk or something, you said. Govan.
Well, I pulled in, I turned around, I was facing the street. He got out and he walked to the back to talk to him.
Right, you mentioned that you didn't know if you thought Govan was in the car, but you couldn't see anything, right?
When I pulled in, I saw him get up. When he got out, I was looking at my mirrors, he got out of the car.
Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So, on the side, there's 2 more cameras. I don't think that middle one's the camera, I can't tell, but there's 2 more cameras there. Do you see that?
Well, on this one.
I think my associate has skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead 1 photo and then we'll go back to it.
This one.
Keep going. This one right here. Yeah.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in, and you see 2 more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you say there's a mural of the car we saw with a camera to the side. You see there's more cameras right there? In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
The store?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something, but a convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so there's, I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building. One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. So with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure wool. That was your words, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can we cue up the audio, please? The pressure wool one. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Can you turn up the sound? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
You come up from...
Go back a little.
When you pick them up, when you pick him up from the 2 lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre. Am I right?
Yes.
In the mountain. On Dedrick. Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you say you don't remember. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You're going to have to speak up so the jury can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
I don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, finish what you're doing.
It's Cornelius. He shot drop. He shot down with a drop.
Okay. Now, hold on before you go to that. Doing, you called, go to the store, you're also.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation.
He was missing something. Because when he called you, he didn't call you from his phone, did he? Right. He didn't call you from his phone to go pick him up from the tonight. Whose phone did he call you from? Okay. And then, where did when you asked him whose fucking phone number is this? Alright. Then he tell you that he had to go get something? That he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
What did she say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying you had to go get something?
I can't remember what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
What kind of photo is this? Or didn't he tell you that he had to go get something? That he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
All right, so when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot? Or something that he needed to go get? Or those kinds of things. They're prompting you, right? To tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please.
That's something, cause drop, he figured I knew something, he was like, nah, my girl don't know nothing. My girl don't know nothing. And what's this guy's name? He stay on Brad. The car was found across the street from his house.
What about him? He was asking what?
He in the middle of this too.
Okay. We got an idea what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name is, where, or?
Okay. What's the beginning of that person? Do you know?
That's cute. Have you ever cute?
Yeah.
You know? What is it? Okay.
All right, so a month after all this happens, they're asking you about something, because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you Quet or Govan had been doing it.
Yes.
But the police had to ask you over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I had forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I didn't know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then he told me that the car was parked. That Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay. So he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who is responsible for all this, 1 second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph?
No.
Okay, you're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
Okay, I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. And just remember, you're under oath.
Bobby. His brother Bobby was the one caught with Connie and told police where the car was. Cause Cause he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called the Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Right. Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in?
I can't remember.
Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He, Govan gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay, so now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yes.
Okay. How much money did he get? Okay. Car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys bought it? Did you take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they had.
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
I didn't take it
You're on a
serious.
cause of speculation.
What did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they wanted to put a hit out on Adolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes.
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
Yes.
He's stolen your TVs and sold them?
Yes.
He's taken your guns
Yes.
and sold them, right?
Yes.
The 9mm handguns.
Yes.
Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns, and you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now.
What relevance?
Approach.
Back to talk to the judge again. Back to talk to the judge again.
speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you, he also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes.
And then it became maybe $1 million.
Yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000. You remember that?
I don't recall that.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Jook's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, pressure roll, this is pressure rolls right after the shooting. You picked him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes.
And you said he's bleeding a lot.
Yes.
Right? What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so to the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes.
So, who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
He didn't get the bullet out of him, so he came down here at 201.
Okay, so he stayed.
Next time you're outside, lift your eyes just a bit. You'll see power lines.
All that bleeding that was going on, or not getting an infection.
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. When you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him?
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff.
He took some pills for the pain.
Okay, but pain pills, right?
I guess.
All right. So he wasn't intoxicated to you because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right, and then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
No, he dropped me off before. He dropped me off at work, and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew on that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
Okay. The night that he was going to go clean the car, do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I'd say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. He goes to clean the car. Did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he was taking. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you, and I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
It's not very Play it back. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay. Play it back and let's let her hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you.
That didn't come from me.
Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you. When you mean who got it?
Yeah, I don't know who wants to.
No, I know we don't.
It's all over.
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed Dolph, and he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop.
Who told you that?
Stop. So, this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power. And you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Jook did this, right?
Yes.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said he came from Jook. Jook being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Jook. Unfortunately, there's more than one Jook. CMG meaning Joe Guy's brother, Jook?
Jook, yeah.
So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Jook, CMG, Jook set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Jook's giving the orders, Jook's paying, Jook's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yes.
Let's do one more clip.
You know, I don't know what Jook said to him or none of it, but he told me he knew Jook in his eyes. Inside, I got you.
So you was the one that actually, they were over Q's house, and you was the one that asked him to kill to kill Dolph. No, but when you said he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Jook, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect that?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Arnold, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the pressure room pictures that you just viewed, okay?
Okay.
All right. Have you ever worked in a pressure room?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
Okay. And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into the pressure room?
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before?
All the time.
Okay. But you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past?
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
Sister,
So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. It was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and saves somewhere in a cloud?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you. And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Laura showed you. I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
Tell me. Now, what is going to come for you?
I don't understand it. Quick. It's this over.
When you got that from side school? Okay. We got an idea who you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name begins with?
Okay. What's the beginning letter of that verse? Do you know?
It's cute. Is Miller cute? Yeah. You know?
Are you tired of uncomfortable bras that dig, poke, and just don't fit right? We deserve better.
Tell me.
But I don't understand it.
All right, tell me. Now, what is going to come for you?
I don't understand it. Quit, set this up.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up?
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Jook.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I could.
All right. Prior to that, they told you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? By driving them. yes, they did threaten to charge you, right, in that interview?
Yes.
In the very beginning of the interview?
Yes.
All right. And so when you took a pause after we'd gone through this whole Q nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Jook. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Jook, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street?
Yeah, you did say that.
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
You did.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yes.
would be sure too, but, you know, we'll see about that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No further questions, sir. Thank you, Ms. Watch your step. Are you next witness?
Your Honor, can we have just a small breakout witness came?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief break. Don't discuss the testimony with anybody. And we'll just take a 10-15 minute break. Let's review.
First dance and recess.
Hey everybody, we'll be back shortly. Looks like the judge just came back. As soon as they get started, we'll get rolling again. Back shortly. Make sure you share and like the live. As soon as they get started, we'll get rolling again. Back shortly.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's
So those videos you just watched, was there any intention putting those in evidence?
No, Your Honor, we're just using
You don't think the jury's gonna have to listen to those things going on? I'm not saying the complete picture, but just those clips that y'all played, because you both played them.
I'll put the clips together.
All right, looks like we're back. Like the judge getting them straightened out before they bring the jury back in.
It just takes a while with the shitty Wi-Fi in here to get it to.
girl's been on stand all morning. We'll see who they have coming on next. Well, she's gonna be back in there.
Don't stop, I'll be good today.
That's the alleged conspirator. So what do we think? See the man behind it all? The director?
It's good right there.
Yeah, it's good right there.
It belongs to me. Not the junk.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury is now entered into the courtroom.
Say, you may call your next witness.
They will call Sergeant Dabney.
Step this way, sir. Stand right here, face Your Honor. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear on the front to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Watch this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Terrence, T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Last name Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
And for the benefit of our jurors who may be taking notes, could you spell your first and last name?
T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
I'm sorry, I probably missed it the first time. But it couldn't hurt for them to hear it. All right, and where are you employed?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
I was with the police department for 26 years.
And what rank did you attain when you left Memphis Police?
I was a sergeant.
So Sergeant Dabney, were you with the Memphis Police Department back on November the 17th, 2021?
I was.
And Did you participate or have a role in the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
And what was your role in that?
I was the lead investigator of that homicide.
As a lead investigator, what does a lead investigator do?
Well, we sort of delegate with other investigators, delegate roles. We also gather evidence, fact findings.
Oh, now we got the lead
videos,
investigator.
whatever-
This could be
whatever
interesting.
To obtain evidence for the case.
There were several suspects in this matter, were there not?
They were.
Did you also become involved in the investigation involving Justin Johnson,
I did.
Cornelius Smith,
I did.
and also Hernandez Govan?
I did.
So the homicide, when did that take place?
November 17th,
And
2021.
of 2021?
2021, correct.
Did you have a suspect on that date?
We had a suspect named.
And what suspects? We're having a hard time this morning. What suspects did you have on that date?
The tip came in that there was a individual by the name of Straight Drop, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
On November the 20th, so a few days after this matter, was there significant development in the case?
Because we got a tip about a vehicle behind an abandoned house.
And you recall what street that was on?
Haynes, forgot the name of the street.
With the name Bradley?
Bradley, yes, right off of Haynes, yes, Bradley.
Bradley and Haynes?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what is matter that you may have collected.
This would be the location we located the Lexus. I mean, the vehicle.
And you recall what vehicle?
It was a Mercedes, I think, yeah, Mercedes.
All right, if we could have that in its evidence as the next number.
No objection.
This is a photograph of a house, a white house with black roof, with a grassy front yard and a driveway. It's been identified by the witness as the place where they found the Mercedes. We'll mark this as Exhibit 9.
All right, folks, we got the lead investigator on the stand now. The lead investigator at the time, he's currently retired.
Could you, for the benefit of our jurors, describe what we're looking at here?
This one is the.
I'm sorry, I'm on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to describe this?
Apparently this
Yes.
is working
Okay, that's
behind this abandoned house.
White House. It's kind of cream color when I was there. It's kind of White House with a brown top, with cover over the front porch with a wrought iron gate and a driveway to the left there.
And is this the house that you described that had, that you found the car on Bradley?
That's correct.
You have another photograph for you, the first one that you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Looking at the numbers that are wrote, like someone it's handwritten on the side of the house.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the numbers that as they were written on the house on the date?
Yes, 1174.
Your Honor, if we could have the internet next one.
Any objection to this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is what appears to be the side paneling of a building It's been specified that it's the side of the house on Bradley with the numbers 1174. We'll mark this as Exhibit 10.
Commissioner Focus. While we're working on that, you have another photograph in front of you.
Yes.
What are you looking at there?
Looking at the part that was located, it was toward the rear of the house, on the side in the backyard, or the rear of the home.
And does that photograph depict anything of significance?
Depicts the photo of the Mercedes-Benz.
Your Honor, if we can enter that into evidence as the next number.
This is a picture of the side of the house with the back of what's been identified as the Mercedes-Benz in the back of the house. There are two individuals standing in the yard, backyard. We'll mark this as exhibit in reference to this use.
We're being passed another photograph. If you could tell us what we're looking at here.
Again, we're looking at the side of the home where the driveway is, with the Mercedes-Benz in the rear of the home, and two individuals standing slightly behind the Mercedes-Benz.
Your Honor, if we could enter that, have that enter as the next number exhibit.
No objection, Chairman.
What's the difference between this picture and the last?
A second one may have gotten a picture on the stage. I didn't. If you'd like us to approach it.
Yeah. Bring the picture to the thing. Just mark it. Is she giving you that?
It's right here too.
We must have had that. We can.
Did you know the average kid consumes over 50 pounds of added sugar a year? And who has time to read all those ingredients?
This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes-Benz. The rear of the Mercedes-Benz is parked in the backyard. Appears to be under some trees or limbs.
We can have the enter as the next one.
This is what's been described as a close-up of the Mercedes-Benz in the backyard amongst some limbs and trees. We'll mark this as exhibit 12.
Sure didn't have it hit very well, did they?
Yeah, about two more.
Yes, two more.
Could you describe the next photograph?
This next photo is a close-up of the front of the Mercedes-Benz front, maybe passenger side. Again, parked up under some bush.
You could have it, and that's the next number to see. This is a close-up of the front of the, what's been described as the Mercedes in the backyard amongst some limbs. We'll mark this as exhibit 13. And the last picture that you're.
This next photo is a close-up of the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz. Looks to be the Mercedes-Benz has some damage to the passenger side from the rear to the front almost, and the front door, the window looks like it's down, and it's again parked up under the tree limbs.
We could have that entered into evidence as the next number to see. This is the picture of the passenger side of the white Mercedes that's been described as in the backyard behind the house. There appears to be damage to the rear, possibly door of the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 14.
Come on, show us the pictures too.
Deputy, can I have those pictures? You're under permission to publish the last series of pictures that were. Yes, ma'am. When you publish, let me know which ones you're publishing. Showing what is previously been marked as exhibit number 11. Sergeant Dabney, could you explain to us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the home at 1174, and this is the driveway on the left side of the house, and the Mercedes-Benz is in the rear of the house on the grass, surrounded by tree limbs, and you have two investigators, or two individuals, standing near the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And that's the vehicle with the red dot that you're referring to?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what is exhibit number 12. And could you describe for the jurors what we're looking at here?
That is a close-up photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the rear of the Mercedes-Benz with the Illinois tags parked up under some tree limbs in the rear of the home.
And exhibit number 13 is what we'd like to show you next.
So who was the car registered to from Illinois?
You just tell us what we're reviewing here, exhibit number 13.
It's a close-up photo of the front passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz, parked on the grass and surrounded by some tree limbs.
And next, exhibit number 14.
This is the photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the passenger side, with damage. Again, photo of the passenger side of the Mercedes with damage on the rear and side door, and appears to be the windows down with the vehicle surrounded by tree limbs.
And what was the significance of this this vehicle that was found?
That was described as a vehicle that was used in the homicide of Adolph Thornton.
And you said this was on Bradley Street, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what has previously been marked. Previously been marked as exhibit number 5. As part of your investigation, do you recall seeing this?
Yes, I do.
And what does this picture, exhibit number 5?
I can see Justin Johnson straight drop on this picture. I see Mr. Hernandez Govan. I see maybe 2 other individuals, one facing here, and you see an individual in the rear with a mask on.
And as part of your investigation, when you found the vehicle, what significance does this picture show in relation to the vehicle that was found?
The vehicle showed in the front of the 1174 Bradley.
And it's also part of your investigation, was there a significance as to any other house on Bradley?
Yes, also in front of Hernandez Govan's home.
I'd like to fast forward.
Sure, thank you.
Are you familiar with what that picture is depicting?
I am.
And what is that picture depicting?
It's a top area view of the Bradley and Haynes Street, where 1174 Bradley is, and also Mr. Govan's address.
Permission to publish on?
You want to enter it first?
Oh, sorry.
No,
yeah.
Captain.
Yeah, this is the next one.
All right, this is an aerial view of generated by Google Earth. We're gonna mark this as exhibit 15.
Commissioner Post. I'm sorry, Deb, those little bitty numbers, at least they are for me. I'd like to pass you the clicker, and if you could, with the court's permission, could you step down and show us the significant addresses you described previously?
All right, that's 1174 Bradley there. Mr. Govan's address is directly across the street.
At Travelers, we're driven by care, like the multiple discounts and savings you can get with our
Also, as the case officer, would you be aware of other various investigations that were going on as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Did you were phones collected from various entities as part of this investigation?
They were.
And as part of that investigation, were there phone dumps and call records collected?
They were.
One last thing, you made it to the rank of sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been an investigator and a detective coming through the ranks, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigating crime scenes or just going to different crime scenes, did you become aware of various security cameras that may be in businesses?
We did.
And is there usually a time frame those things need to be collected?
The quicker the better. Some businesses, they record over the video. Some, it may last for a few days, a few weeks. So.
In this case, if you did not learn about a particular area of significance or place of interest until, for instance, a month later, possibly that information is gone, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, and leading, Your Honor.
Overall.
And I'm sure defense will ask this question, but I'll ask you, did you all investigate any possible video of Pressure World?
No, we did not.
And when did you learn about anything that may have been of significance in Pressure World?
It was weeks, month later, so.
I'll pass the witness.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to the deputy. We have a little sign language about the podium.
Yeah.
Sergeant Dabney, thank you. You came down from Michigan just for this, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. I appreciate your years of service, and I'm glad you're here so we can talk. I guess they've been asking you about these cameras and things like that. Let's just tell it how it is. Nobody during this investigation ever went to Pressure World to check about the cameras, right?
No, we didn't.
All right. Nobody in this investigation ever went to AutoZone to check if the cameras were there.
No, we didn't.
Nobody went to the AutoZone that Cornelius Smith said he went to buy a car cover to see if there's a receipt or some surveillance or something like that inside the AutoZone, right?
No.
Okay. Those are things that would be important to try to corroborate a witness who obviously is the shooter in this case, to make sure he's not lying to you, right?
Yes.
And when people get caught, they generally lie to police. Is that uncommon?
Sometimes.
All right. Do people lie to get out of trouble?
Sometimes, yes.
Do people lie to cut deals?
Sometimes, yes.
Also, with regards to the area around Pressure Wall, it's a pretty busy area, right?
It is.
And you know there's those little MPD city cameras up and down that street, right?
There.
All right. There. And if you don't know, you don't know, but there are those, that's an MPD camera right on the post.
It could be. We have neighborhoods that buy their own, but
Right.
it could be too.
Okay, but that looks like a typical police camera that neighborhoods have or the streets have.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and you know for a fact that in front of the Pressure Wall area, it's a busy thoroughfare, there's these cameras.
I didn't know.
Okay, and then behind the Pressure Wall in the neighborhoods, there's some of these cameras.
Okay.
Does that look like a camera that you are familiar with?
Yes,
In
it
places
does.
neighborhood?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
I'll go ahead and offer that as the next exhibit, Your Honor, just as the description of what a city camera looks like.
Any objection? So, do we know where this is? Do we
It's,
have a location?
yes, it's at Pressure Wall by the street, but he wasn't sure, so I'm not gonna put words in his mouth.
So this is a picture of what's been described as what could be a city camera on a whole. We'll mark this as exhibit 16.
And these cameras are sort of all over the city on busy thoroughfares and stuff like that.
They are.
All right, could I publish it, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'll do it the old-fashioned way, so I don't have it, I'm just gonna walk, is that all right?
That's fine, that's fine.
All right, so this is what the typical MPD cameras sort of look like.
Well, excuse me, just publish,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no commentary. If you have more questions for the witness, that's fine.
I was asking a question, but I'll wait. And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes. That's sort of the whole point, right?
To gather evidence, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people throughout this trial is if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend.
Your Honor, Jook thing, he's inserting what previous witnesses said testified to. Approach.
You don't have to believe, let me ask it this way. If Cornelius Smith and Angela Arnold have repeatedly told you all that Jook was the one that was calling the shots, I think even in your report you guys said Jook's the mastermind. That would cause you to go interview Jook because that's an important piece of information, right?
During the investigation, yes.
All right. But as a lead detective, at no point during the investigation did we attempt to talk to Jook.
We hadn't made it that far, no.
We hadn't made it that far. Okay, it's been 4 years, and we know Jook died 2.5 years after the case. We know everybody had already been indicted within a few months of the arrest taking place. But we never went to talk to Jook. Even after Cornelius and Angela repeatedly said he was the mastermind. I think that's the phrase you guys used in your Operation Cookie Monster slideshow, right?
Girl, I am going to object to this line of question is it relevant?
Of course it's relevant. He's a suspect. The reason I ask is these people have come in here and testified and said they're telling the truth. So if those people, they've testified that they're telling the truth. They talked about Mr. Govan here, and they talked about Jook, and we can quibble about who's in charge or whose house or who whatever. But clearly, Jook was a suspect in this case.
Yes.
But he was never followed up with at all by Memphis Police Department at any point in this investigation, even though he died 2.5 years later.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. That's it. 1 second. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Oh, read it.
Your Honor, before this next witness, we do have a preliminary matter specifically for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a brief break. I don't know how long this preliminary matter is going to take, so lunch might get here in the meantime, but let's take a brief break. Thank you.
Sure, just excuse me.
What is the jurisdiction?
Managing your money has never been easier with Tennessee Members First Federal Credit Union. Deposit checks remotely and check your balances, all from your phone. Tennessee Members First, here for you wherever you are. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
thing is pursuant to Tennessee Rule of Evidence 90211, that call records of Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, Angela Arnold, and Anthony Mims with the attached phone numbers are what they purport to be. This document is accompanied by certificates of self-authentication for each phone. So we will mark this as collective exhibit 18. It's 1, 2, 3, 6 pages.
I missed an exhibit, number 17.
That's the stipulation.
Okay.
The stipulation to the ownership of the phone.
And 18 would be the notice of
The self-authentication of the cell phone.
The 18. That's why I don't play basketball.
All right, you ready to start your witness?
Yeah.
Good evening, I'm Walt Tangy.
And I'm your baby boy, Sauce McGraw.
Breaking news, the Big Kahuna Wing Festival is now the Covenant Health Big Kahuna Labor Day Festival.
On Flavor Day weekend.
Many are asking, what about the wings? Well, for more information on that, let's go to our on-the-street reporter.
But would only be introduced through this witness coming up. What is best to do that?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Court order says it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Do you want to have one for each? So each flash drive will have, they may have the call detail records that are already stipulated as evidence. And some of them may have a phone number. One is already admitted into evidence. So that's why I was asking, should the call records be, say, if we're talking about phone number 6, for example, should there be 18B? I just want it clear for the record.
Sure.
And then
I think that might make it clearer. So if reviewed, yes, the people will know what exhibit this refers to.
And then, say if the phone number comes in, it will come in under 20 or 21 or something like that. Would that And we can indicate that on the flash drive. Does that, or would the whole thing come in as 18A, B, C?
So what you're telling me is that we're now getting ready to get testimony as to each one of these people.
Yes.
Each one of these phones.
Yes.
And we're gonna have a flash drive to each.
Yes.
I don't really think it makes any difference. We might as well just continue. Yeah, so let's say you do, the phone ended in 1625, which is the first number that's on your document.
Yes.
Just start with 19.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep it like that. Since there might be several layers to this, let's just continue in order.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. I think I understand what you're talking about. Sounds like this witness might be up for a while.
Honestly, Your Honor, I don't believe he'll be up there for very long.
We'll call you in. We'll call you in.
We'll do next jury.
Oh.
That would help.
I'll leave that jury.
That would help. Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury tired.
So ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what we call a stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement by the parties that a particular piece of evidence is what it says it is, without having to call a witness to say so. Okay, that's done oftentimes just to kind of speed the trial up a little bit. So here we go.
So this stipulation and the notice written.
Okay.
Well,
Do the stipulation first.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Order stipulating ownership of 901-859-1460, whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis, for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-859-1460 belongs to the defendant, Hernandez Govan. This stipulation is in relation to motions heard by the court and ruled upon on July 30th, 2025 by this honorable court in the above pending case. The ownership of 901-859-1460 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant Hernandez Govan and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed. Signed, the Carla Taylor, Assistant District Attorney, Manny Aurora, Attorney for Defendant, and Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell. Signed, dated 8/19/25.
And so the next document she's going to read into evidence, because it has been admitted into evidence, is what is entitled a self-authenticating document as to certain cell phone records. You're getting ready to hear some testimony about cell phone records of different people that you've heard testimony about already. And the law allows for certain records to be authenticated, again, without having to call a witness to testify about them, through certain documents that come from the cell phone company. So she's getting ready to read that to you also.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769, self-authentication pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 90211. Pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 902 subsection 11, the following call records have self-authenticating certificates and are admissible into evidence. Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. Cornelius Smith, 901-513-6236. 901-479-3786. Angela Arnold, 901-370-0185. And Anthony Mims, 901-692-2767. ATT GLDC file number 3359085. Certificates of authenticity are attached. Signed, Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge, Criminal Court, Division 10.
Thank you. You may call me in.
The state calls Michael Garner.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing yonder.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michael Garner, Michael Garner.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently employed.
Our future won't be handed to us. We will build it.
But how can we, when the education we need is still just an elective?
The power to create with computer science and AI.
The skills transforming every industry.
And increasing our earnings by 8%.
This isn't radical. It's what education is supposed to do. Make computer science and AI a graduation requirement.
Next time you're outside, lift your eyes just a bit. You'll see power lines. In the Valley region, those lines carry more than just electricity. They bring good jobs and low-cost energy. They bring investment to local communities. This is public power, and it belongs to all of us who live here. For more than 90 years, public power has benefited those who live here. Public Power Works.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing capacity up to 5,000 pounds, or heading out on a weekend getaway with its upscale interior loaded with advanced tech and safety features, the innovative and versatile Honda Ridgeline seamlessly blends capability and comfort. Test drive your new Honda Ridgeline today.
It's always the same. The attention, the energy, the drama. I think I can handle it, but I just can't.
What is it that draws you in?
you tired of uncomfortable bras that dig, poke, and just don't fit right? We deserve better.
The court's aware it is quick, but the defense agreed to allow us to present her via Zoom. There were some issues with her traveling.
Okay.
So I want to send her the Zoom link now.
Okay.
And then we just need to let the court know to let her on when she's ready. Yeah.
Sure.
James will be today. That's what we expect.
We believe so, yes.
I'll assume we are making good use of our time then.
Okay.
We talked about this last Monday, I think, in our pretrial motions hearing. The issue is whether Dr. James, Dr. Rosa James, kind of what the scope of her testimony is going to be. She doesn't know any of the facts of this case. I think we all agree with that. She hasn't seen any police reports. She hasn't interviewed any witnesses. You know, she is, I've heard different phrases used, but a witness who has no knowledge of the facts and instead is simply going to educate the jury about, I don't know what, but in general, the behavior of perpetrators and victims of domestic violence. It is my fear that is going to involve hypothetical questions, which will, in effect, serve to educate her about the facts of this case, many of which will be contested, probably, and that it will be, under 403, an improper way of introducing expert testimony. But more importantly, even if it is limited to hypothetical questions, and I don't understand, let me just get to the point, what the bottom line is. What is the final conclusion that the expert's going to say? If she's going to say, it is not uncommon for people to ask for TPOs and then withdraw them. And here's how the cycle of violence, often works. I'm not saying it's true in this case, but this is in fact a phenomenon known to doctors, sociologists, psychologists, whatever. First of all, we've already had the testimony. We just had that from the detective who said, oh, it's not uncommon at all for people to withdraw their TPOs. But fine, if they want to do that one more time, I'm less concerned. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned, but I'm less concerned. What really concerns me is what we got a taste of last Monday when she started talking about the threat of leaving increases the lethality rate by whatever the percentage was. And even more importantly, any suggestion that there is a history of abuse here other than what's in evidence is completely inappropriate. Right? I mean, we can't be having this witness either answering hypothetical questions or talking about the cycle of violence. I mean, if you just look at her chart, it's over and over and over again. You get beaten up, you complain, then you make love. Then you get beaten up again, and you make love, and you complain. There's no evidence of that in this case. And I can't understand why the prosecution should be allowed to put up an expert to pretend it is the evidence in this case. And then to get an opinion that this is common in the field. My basic argument is that under 404B, that's essentially propensity evidence anyways. You're essentially saying he did it in the past and therefore he's guilty of this case. And as we talked about last week, the law on this subject has become crystal clear that the prosecution has to be specific and precise about the reason that the evidence is being offered of prior acts of violence. If it's a self-defense case, it can be offered to prove it's unlikely self-defense because he used the same defense last time. If it's a lack of knowledge case, it wouldn't really be applicable here. If it is a...
Sorry, sir. If you could step outside. Thank you. That's okay. That was the record will reflect that was the witness who's on the stand. I've asked him to step outside.
That's fine. Or even lack of intent. None of those are issues in it. This is a whodunit. This is strictly who committed the crime. And, even if they have, by a preponderance of the evidence or something that would satisfy, the court that it's at least admissible evidence that there were some prior episodes of, Oh, no, that's okay.
We just didn't know where the noise was coming from. We're all like,
go
ahead.
I lost track, of course, but and that was intentional on the DA's part. I'm
sure he's absolutely messing with you.
The point is, in a case in which the defendant denies doing it at all, the threshold for similarity and for the admissibility of 404B evidence is far higher. As I said the other day, it has to literally be the mark of zero. You can't say that he denied doing it.
Streak CRM for Gmail. All the standard CRM features, plus some inbox-powered magic.
So they just need to be precise now, ahead of time, instead of making me jump up and down with the jury.
What is that?
Your Honor, I apologize. In preparation to get ready, we were setting up the Bluetooth, but we're done.
Okay, thank you.
I think you understand my point. If you're going to use it for identity, you have to show only this person could have perpetrated the crime because of his MO. This is the way he operates. He kills people and then he dismembers them. If they have prior incidents of that, then they can certainly put in evidence of prior dismemberments he's committed in order to prove that he is the most likely candidate for being the perpetrator in this case. But other than that, the fact that he allegedly, and I stress that because I don't even know where the evidence is going to come from at this point, that he allegedly scratched her arm, dragged her down the sidewalk on one occasion, and I mean, there's been inconsistent evidence of there's no other arrests, no other contact with police, no hospitalizations, no doctor's reports, no pictures. There's nothing else other than the one TPO in July of 1998. So I think the DA should be obligated to preview what she plans to do and make sure that it's acceptable to the court.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel. Ms. Hilton.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed last Monday with the testimony of Ms. James, we advised the court that we would be bringing Ms. James up towards the conclusion of the case, or not the conclusion, but towards the end of the case after we believe evidence of violence would be admitted. At this time, Your Honor, the court has not just heard about a July 1998 incident, but the court has heard through the witness Tina Mae Patton about an instance in which she saw her sister come to their job at the Waffle House, that she saw bruises on her sister's neck, that when she asked her sister, either one remembrance is either her sister said it was Chris, or when she asked it was Chris, her sister kind of indicated in some way to confirm that that's who perpetrated that injury on her. We also know that there was a secondary time in which Tina Mae wanted to confront Chris about the abuse he was perpetrating on her sister, and her sister asked her not to approach him in fear of what that may do to him. We also know that there is testimony, and this is the state's position, that this defendant moved her to a community in which she had no familiarity, did not know anyone, which we believe would be a form of isolation, that when they moved to that community, she never spoke to any family, she never spoke to any neighbors, she never spoke to anyone there, so she was pretty much just in the house. I believe Miss Dorothy Jones, or Dorothy Cooley, excuse me, testified herself that she didn't even know her name, never spoke to her, even though Mr. Wolfenbarger had a relationship or a friendship of such with Ms. Cooley, and we believe that is evidence of isolation. We know
It could be evidence of her not being there.
and I think that's an argument that they can have. Additionally, we have evidence that Ms. Dorothy Cooley heard arguments in their home, that even though she tried to change her testimony on the stand, what she said at one point in time in her testimony is that she would hear her screaming. She also noticed or saw Miss Miss Wolfenbarger with a black eye under her eye. She was wearing glasses, but she did see markings of black eye. So there is evidence of physical abuse. We know that she also told her mother about the 1998 incident, about the dragging of her. So we know that there is indications of physical abuse. We believe that that information in and of itself shows that there was a pattern of abuse such that Ms. Rosa James could testify as to the domestic violence dynamics. What are certain signs in that pattern and control? And the jury can make a decision whether or not they believe that this is a domestic violence relationship. It is the state's position that this was a domestic violence relationship. We believe that there's evidence to present, whether that is in hypotheticals, to Ms. James about some of the events that occurred in Ms. Wolfenbarger's life leading up to her death. We do believe that she'll be able to testify as an expert in domestic violence that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she attempts to leave that relationship. I believe that there is evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger, in his own words, will say that in December of 1998 that the two of them were trying to work it out, but I believe her mother testified that she wanted to leave him. I think that testimony came in. I believe so. So there is evidence that she did want to leave him, and such that we think that there is enough information to make Miss James's testimony relevant before this jury, and it is not excluded by Rule 403, that it is more probative, and that the prejudicial effect is not substantially outweighed in this potential case. And so that is the state's intention at this time. We do believe that, again, that there is evidence. Whether or not the defense counsel, crosses her on it and talks about isolated incidents and things of that nature, I think they very well can. But we believe that there's enough at this juncture, Your Honor. And that would be the state's intention. I think we discussed last Monday, the state would never ask the ultimate conclusion. Based on all this, did he kill his wife? That would never be a question that the state would ask. But we definitely intend to ask questions about statistics, regarding the most lethal time for a victim in an abusive relationship. And so that's the state's position.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton.
I would point out, we've not been given any statistics. We've not been given any evidence.
We asked for it a week ago. Sorry.
I mean, if she's going to start talking about 85% of all people who want to leave their family get murdered.
I didn't hear Ms. Hilton say that. What I heard Ms. Hilton say was the very broad, generic statement that I've heard from, I think, every DV expert ever, which is that the most dangerous time, that there are particular times in a domestic violence cycle that are particularly dangerous, one of them being when someone has attempted to leave.
Wow.
I'm not saying that I'm saying it's admissible right now. I'm just saying I didn't hear her talk about statistics.
She used the word statistics. I didn't make it up. She said that she's going to cite statistics. So I don't know if that meant, in general, it's the most common time, or if she's actually going to testify to 87% or whatever.
The general research, I should say, maybe not statistics, but the general research that the most dangerous time for a victim in an abusive relationship is when they're trying to leave.
Okay.
It sounds like, almost kind of like profile evidence, and it's not the way someone gets convicted of being the perpetrator. It may be a good as one lawyer described it recently, a good sword for proving, this is the perpetrator. If this is, it was intentional as opposed to accidental, or a way to defeat a claim of self-defense. Say, you've beaten her up 30 times and you're claiming this is self-defense this time, or it was, suicide. You were trying to take the gun away from her. But he's saying he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with the crime. And yet they're going to use this profile evidence of what other people, based on some similarity, I guess. I mean, I know what she's going to do because she did it the other day with me. You go through the wheel and you say, oh, you don't have to have all these things. You have to have a couple or a few or some number of them. And, we get into this argument where everybody's a domestic abuser, under her theory. If you take the wheel out, wherever I did with it, and start going through it, everybody satisfies. You can go through it and say, there was no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of that. She says, doesn't matter.
And that goes to the weight and credibility that a finder of fact should afford to her testimony,
It
assuming that she's allowed to testify.
It is unfair. It is 403. It is the jury's going to hear she's the most qualified person on the planet to be offering these opinions, and we're apparently nitpicking over things that she has studied and the statistics and all that.
Understood, Mr. Samuel. So what I heard from the state is the identification of at least, I think, three instances from which either there is actual testimony of an event like the matter in July that I think led to the TPO, or there are facts from which a reasonable inference for purposes of a preponderance might be drawn that there was some abuse. And so as a result of that, I do believe that the state has made, there are facts that they can ask the expert about. I do want to put one issue to bed, and Mr. Samuel and I discussed it at the pretrial conference last Monday as well, and that is that 404B has been thrown around a little bit, and I think I understand your argument currently to be that it's 403 prejudicial, but the argument that you're making, I still stand by that it is intrinsic to the nature of this relationship, and that is what distinguishes it from this sort of argument that might not fly, that, if Mr. Wolfenbarger, if there was evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger had abused someone else before, that would exponentially increase the likelihood that he had abused Melissa. About similar evidence in terms of an incident where the defendant was alleged to have slashed the tires of the victim, and the defendant ultimately argued that was inadmissible 404, that it was prejudicial, and that it was error to allow it in, and Justice Boggs said it was both intrinsic and evidence of prior difficulties. And so I think it's relevant, I think it's admissible, and under 403, I don't believe that it is overly prejudicial. Now, having said that, I think we talked about this on Monday as well. I don't think that the state intends to go out on that limb, right, and ask the witness questions like, the ultimate issue and other things. But I did hear a concerning willingness by that victim to walk out onto that ledge all by herself. And so I just want to make sure that you have cautioned your witness to understand the parameters of what's allowable for her to testify to.
I have, but I will again prior to her testimony when she gets into the building.
Understood. The remainder, Mr. Samuel, as I said, your other concerns about the scope of her testimony, the veracity, reliability, et cetera, I think goes to, again, the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. And so that's going to be my ruling regarding the ability of that witness to testify and to base hypothetical questions on facts that are actually in evidence regarding 2 to 3 either specific instances or facts from which a jury could infer, or a fact finder could infer an abuse.
Can I just ask what her, let's assume you asked the hypothetical questions. Assume 3 incidents and describe them with specificity and accuracy. What is your conclusion? What are we inviting her to conclude? You are dealing with an abuser. And once we've made that finding, Katie barred the door. At that point, we can do anything we want to do once we've identified him as an abuser. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's assume he did it 3 times. What is she going to conclude? Is it anything you could do? It wouldn't make a difference if it was 3 or 30. At that point, everything I want to offer as an expert, I can offer.
Ms. Hilton? So I think my understanding and Mr. Samuel's understanding clearly is that this expert would be offered to testify about what an abusive relationship looks like, and how people behave in that relationship. Is that fair?
Yes.
To educate the jury about those issues.
Yes.
Beyond that, Mr. Samuel's question about what actual opinions or conclusions do you expect that this expert will draw regarding this case? Or is she just educating the jury generally about what an abuse relationship looks like?
Generally as to what an abuse relationship looks like, and if there are certain hypothetical facts be consistent with coercion or power and control. So
hypothetical facts for which there's a reasonable factual basis in the trial?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that is the extent, but she's not coming, we're not asking her any, is this domestic violence? It's more if a person brings someone to a neighborhood and they don't have any family there, could that be considered isolation? So things of that nature, factors that one could maybe conclude at some point in time or that we'll be able to discuss, but that's the state's intention.
Mr. Samuel, I understand and imagine that you would not be satisfied with that response.
Well, a few minutes ago is the first time I ever heard of this. There's some theory that part of the whole, maybe as you're describing, intrinsic conduct was moving to Atlanta, to get away from her family, which is what, the other evidence was. But now we're going to have this witness say, oh, if you've moved to Atlanta, to a home that the family owns, right?
Right.
I mean, they own this apartment complex, the duplex.
Which are all facts that you can cross-examine the witness about.
But that's the whole point, is she doesn't know any facts. So I got to take her hypotheticals and say, let me pull a few threads on these hypotheticals. How about if you found out that the home to which she moved, was actually a home owned by the family? And she says, no, it doesn't make any difference.
I understand. My ruling still stands, Mr. Samuel. I'm going to let the witness testify. I think that your concerns relate to the weight and credibility that a fact finder should afford to her testimony, beyond the fact that, as I've said a couple of times now on the record, and Ms. Hilton has assured me, is that, we're going to make sure that our hypothetical questions are tied to the facts in this record, even if they're conflicted facts. As long as they've been established by somebody in this case, number one, and number two, that we're going to make sure that this witness is not expounding in a way that would be problematic in terms of the ultimate issue, or offering opinions that there are no facts to back up, even if they're conflicted facts. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, that's my ruling, Mr. Samuel. Anything else that we need to take up before we have the jury back in to conclude the detective's testimony?
No.
Okay? Ms. Hilton, you ready?
I think Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fawcett, are you ready? No, I understand. I just was making sure both sides are ready. Deputy, can you get our witness back, please? And then we're ready for the jury. Thank you all. Please be seated. Detective, I'll just remind you that before we took our lunch break, you were sworn in and that you continue to be under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, questions for this witness?
Detective Shepard, my name is Don Samuel. I don't believe we've ever met before.
I've met you in passing before.
The second one to say that. You joined the cold case squad in 2020, did I get that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And when did you pick up Calhoun's reports and start looking at this case?
2021.
Okay. So in 2021, we are essentially 23 years after, for example, the first thing you testified about, I think, was the July TPO, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, you weren't there then. You didn't have, contemporaneous evidence of what happened on that day, right? You didn't interview any of the witnesses.
That's correct.
That led to the TPO, correct?
Correct.
And when I say TPO, I'm talking about a temporary protective order.
That's correct.
And you introduced some exhibits this morning, dealing with that TPO, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what you learned from reading Calhoun's reports and what led you to think the TPO was important was that there was an argument, correct? There was a dispute?
Yes, there was a physical dispute that resulted in Melissa Wolfenberger's injuries.
It resulted in?
Her injuries.
Okay. Did you interview someone named Perone who was involved in that?
No, I never got a chance to interview Mr. Perone.
Okay. And did you talk to the law enforcement officer who went to the scene, whose name is Sutton, I believe?
No, every officer during that time, by the time I received the case, pretty much retired. But I was referring to his actual police reports that were documented.
Well, he came here. It wasn't that hard to find him. He came here and testified. Did you ever talk to him?
No, sir. I never was able to talk to officers.
Were you aware that he said he never saw any bruises on her back?
The only thing I had to refer to is it wasn't the actual police report that he documented when the incident occurred.
Right. Well, he didn't document what he saw. And when he testified, he said, I didn't lift up her shirt or look at anything on her back. I didn't see any. In fact, he said she had some bruises on her legs.
To counsel testifying.
I'm cross-examining him.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection.
I have no direct knowledge to his testimony when he testified in here.
So if, in fact, his testimony is different than what you said this morning, obviously you don't question his credibility when he came here and testified under oath.
I think Officer Sutton will have to be the one to speak on that. As far as his credibility, I can refer to the documents that were documented in the official police report.
Okay. And do you know from the official police report whether the officer or anybody interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger that night?
Not sure. I don't have any reports that stating that either.
Or Mr. Perone that night?
There are no police reports that's documenting that day.
Okay. So you have Sutton's police report, which is inconsistent with the testimony he gave to the jury, and that's it as far as what led.
There are quesadillas, and then there's Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas, packed with their famous chicken.
Okay. All right. Now, as a result of whatever happened that day in July something like 22nd, right, 1998, Ms. Wolfenbarger was encouraged to take out a TPO, correct?
Yes, after she was assaulted and dragged by Christopher Wolfenbarger and received the injuries. Usually when there's a domestic dispute, we always refer to the victim in that domestic. That's an option that they can go and seek as a temporary protective order for further protection.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes,
when
sir.
I ask you a question, you can answer yes or no. Okay?
Cool. Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir.
If you think it's a deceptive answer and you need to explain it, that's fine. But you don't know what happened that night. You just know what's in the police report, right?
Correct. The only thing I know is what's documented in the police report.
Okay. By the way, did you even try to find Officer Sutton?
I have the official police reports that I can refer to, and that's usually what happens. A lot of cold cases, we don't reach out to those the officers that officially responded to the first scene. We go by the police reports.
Okay. So at any rate, it was customary to refer Ms. Wolfenbarger to get a TPO, correct? A temporary protective order.
Yes, sir. Anytime there's a domestic dispute and the victim of that domestic dispute.
Sir, I just asked you a yes/no question. She was referred to get a TPO, correct?
Yes, she was correct.
You want to make a speech every time I ask you a question, or just say yes or no if you can, all right?
Are you asking me, sir?
Not really. So she takes out a TPO on what day?
We have to refer to the actual document again if we want to get the exact date. Thank you.
Some of those are not in evidence in full, you may remember, but you have the date that the TPO is taken out.
As soon as I find a TPO, I can give you the exact date. It looks like it was July 2nd, 1998. July 22nd, I'm sorry.
22nd, okay.
Correct.
And then what a TPO does is, that's just ask the court to set down a hearing, correct?
A TPO is, again, another form of documentation along with the police report where they document through the court that this person that's filing the TPO needs protection from the person that they're trying to get protection from.
Right. But it has to be followed very quickly by a court hearing, correct?
Well, that depends on the court. Okay. But once it's filed and it's enacted, the person, we have a court hearing, they're served, and at that point they're served with that temporary protective order. They have strict orders not to violate that temporary protective order.
How long did the TPO in this case exist before they went back to court, went to court for the first time?
Do you have the documents? Okay. It was dismissed on July 29th, 1998.
So about 1 week later. Correct?
According to the documents, that's correct.
You have the rule nisi there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Rule nisi is just a Latin term that lawyers use to say, come to court, right? Show cause, come to court.
Okay.
Right?
I don't speak Latin, but I'm assuming if you're saying that, that's correct.
I appreciate your confidence in me. So they go to court and the TPO is dismissed, correct?
That is correct.
And that doesn't happen without a judge sitting on the bench, correct?
Correct. And usually when it's dismissed, one of the parties are not showing up. Just like in any court case, when the party doesn't show up, it's dismissed.
But every party's here for this. For the TPO dismissal, everybody's in court.
Okay.
And in fact, were you aware from talking to people that the judge encouraged them to talk to each other? They talked to each other, and then the judge dismissed the TPO.
I'm not surprised in court hearings.
I didn't ask if you were surprised. I asked, are you aware that that's what happened?
I'm not aware.
Well, did you ever interview anybody about what happened in that court proceeding?
It's pertaining to the TPO?
Yes.
No, sir. The TPO is not related. It's not part of my murder investigation. It documents of first form of interaction that documents the domestic violence between Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa. As far as a homicide investigation, it's not relevant going to the homicide. So there was no reason for you to follow up for it pertaining to this domestic.
Well, are you saying that all the domestic things involved in July 1998 has nothing to do with the investigation of the homicide?
The July 1998 incident is very critical, and it documents and it landmarks a tumultuous relationship between Christopher and Melissa. So it is very important.
You just said it's not relevant. I'm confused between your last two answers. You said you didn't follow up anything about the background of it, anything about what happened in court, anything about any of that, because it's not relevant to the homicide, but then you say it's the landmark most important thing.
That is correct. So when you document an incident domestic, it's documented. It's a homicide investigation. We continue with our homicide investigation. We have reliability when we refer to the police reports, which is official documents. That's documented in time. There's no need for me to follow up on the domestic side because we have it clearly documented in the police reports. My investigation continues from the homicide on.
Okay. You don't disagree, though, that even the documents show that the judge approved the dismissal of the TPO. The judge signs it.
Yeah, these are legal documents, and I definitely approve of it.
Okay. You then talked about having interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger in, the first time was in 2021, so now we're 23 years later after the TPO. 23 years after the TPO, you interview him on May 5th, and I think we listened to that tape, correct?
Correct.
2021?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have anything else at this point between then and 2021, right?
As far as that pertains to what?
Your direct contact.
No, that's the first time I came in contact with Chris.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you meet with him, and you talked to him, and you said it was a voluntary meeting, correct?
Yes, it was in his home, in his living room.
Right. So there was no coercion, no handcuffs. You didn't threaten him, but he voluntarily welcomed you in, gave you a seat at the table, sat down and talked with you.
Correct.
Totally
custodial.
Totally voluntary.
Correct.
Totally cooperative.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were done with that interview, you packed up your tape recorder and you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're continuing to review Calhoun's reports during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that tape that we heard this morning, Mr. Wolfenbarger told you about a rocky relationship that he had. In part, he attributes it, or perhaps in large part, he attributes it to Melissa Wolfenbarger's parents, correct?
I don't know if he attributes the rockiness to the parents, but he did admit to having a rocky relationship. I don't know how he would attribute it to his parents.
Not his parents.
Her parents. Correct.
Her parents.
Correct.
You don't think he was attributing it to that?
No, I'm pretty sure he was not attributing to that. I did not interpret that as his parents being, or her parents being a reason why they have a rocky relationship. That's solely between those two.
But clearly he didn't get along with her parents.
He stated that. That's correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't come as a surprise, would it?
I'm not surprised if anybody's in a tumultuous, rocky, violent relationship. I haven't seen a couple that's had a good relationship with any parents involved in that.
Well, but you know that's not what I'm talking about here. Here I'm talking about the fact that his in-laws had murdered 5 people. Do you have in-laws? Are you married? Can you imagine your wife's parents killed 5 people, threw them in a river?
Hang on.
To the form of the questions, and proper judge, I would ask that the jury instructed disregard the form of the question.
I'll withdraw it. But it doesn't. Can I withdraw it?
You can withdraw it.
Does it shock you that someone would say they have a rocky relationship with their in-laws, given what you know are the facts of this case?
I've been doing this job almost a quarter century. I talk to murderers and deal with murders on a daily basis. People from murderers' families. That has nothing to do with what they have to do in their relationship. People can't help who they're related to. Their relationship was their relationship, had nothing to do with their parents.
Okay. So you don't find it surprising that he had a difficult time relating to the family, to the parents who had committed 5 murders, thrown them in a river. There was a baby who died in their home and convicted of concealing the death. None of those things.
None of that was came out in the form of evidence during the course of this trial. That counsels have interjected things that are not in evidence and asking questions based on things that aren't in fact. I'd ask that the court instruct counsel not to do that.
Mr. Samuel?
I don't think that's accurate.
I think I've heard the two things that you specifically referred to. I've heard testimony about them in this trial, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead.
But your position is, you know, it's like Tolstoy said, every unhappy family is unhappy in their own way, right?
So
it's just another unhappy family.
So because Melissa was from this type of family, that gave her permission to be
the ones who carry us. The selfless sacrificer of hair ties, the post-breakup pep talker, the queen who unites different friend groups, the bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade.
Managing your money has never been easier with Tennessee Members First Federal Credit Union. Deposit checks remotely and check your balances, all from your phone.
Wolfenbarger had the right to do anything, and he denies doing anything. So your answer to that, you can give a closing argument if you want, tell the lawyers to go home. Otherwise, I'd ask you to answer my questions.
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yes. His in-laws were serial killers, right? And were throwing the family members they were killing, throwing their bodies in the river. Melissa's sister had a baby who died at birth and was thrown in the hamper. And your only answer to me is that doesn't give Chris a right to do something?
Absolutely. Christopher does not have a right to abuse Melissa based off of her family history. That is correct.
What makes you think that he was using that as a right?
I'm just basing this off your argument that you're making right now, sir.
I've never said he had a right to do anything. And as I just said, he denies doing anything.
Are you asking me a question?
When was the next time you interviewed Chris?
I have it documented in my reports.
When's the next time you interviewed him?
Can we refer to my reports, the exact date?
You have your reports up there?
No, sir. These are the exhibits that you left.
Okay. Did you interview him again in February of 2023?
Is that documented in my report?
It's documented in my notes.
As soon as I can confirm it's documented in my report, then.
Yeah, there's report.
Yes.
Do you know exactly what page this documentation is going to be in my reports?
Detective Shepard, you testified this morning about the different interviews you have. You didn't require counsel to give you page numbers.
Well, if we were going to refer to dates, then I would like that the notes that you took from my case file, if you can give me the exact date so I can refer to it.
I just told you the date. It was February 2023.
Okay, on my page in my notes, can you give me the page?
Forget it.
Okay.
We'll move to a different topic. Are you familiar with the circumstances of Melissa and Chris Wolfenbarger moving to Atlanta?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know when they moved to Atlanta?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know where they lived when they moved to Atlanta?
They stayed off of Brookline.
Okay. Do you know who owned that property?
I believe Christopher's mother owned that property.
Okay. And had they been to Atlanta before or in the Atlanta area before that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did Melissa end up having a series of jobs working at Waffle House when she was in Atlanta?
Correct.
And had friends, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know that from talking to some of the friends, correct? And talking to people at the Waffle House, correct?
Correct. And also Christopher's statement was that she worked at the Waffle House and had friends at the Waffle House.
Right. And she wasn't isolated in Atlanta, was she?
I'm not going to say isolated, but there was some according to the reports, they documented that they didn't always see her, but they always saw Christopher. She was always.
Who's the they in that sentence?
Some of the witnesses that was interviewed and that's documented in the case file.
Didn't Miss Cooley talk about how they would play all the time? She'd see Chris all the time?
I'm sorry, you say Miss Cooley?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. Did you read Calhoun's reports?
I did.
Did you read them before you came into court here?
Yes, sir, but I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. How many times did you talk to the folks at the glass company?
In person, I was able to interview them one time.
Okay. And did you determine from talking to Mr. Brock that ultimately Chris was let go because of a car accident involving one of the company's trucks?
Yes, also the saw that he borrowed.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he also borrowed a saw that he never returned.
He borrowed a saw that he never returned.
Those were their words, correct, that he never returned the saw.
Okay. Those weren't your words this morning. Are you aware of that?
Correct. The Brooks, Mr. Brooks, they said that Mr. Brock, thank you, that he borrowed the saw along with some type of violation that he did with the vehicle. They couldn't prove that he stole the saw, but they let him go as a result.
Okay. You talked about talking with Thomas Dixon, right?
That is correct.
Okay. He'd spent, 10 years in prison between the time of 99, 2000 and the time you met with him, right?
Yes, he was in and out of prison. At that time, he was currently getting his life together. So that is correct.
And then you talked about the time of Chris's arrest, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you said that he was not cooperative at the time of his arrest, correct?
That is correct. He hid in the cupboard that he built inside of his home, and it took, I believe, fugitive about 30 minutes or plus to find him.
Yeah. He had met with Calhoun how many times? Voluntarily meeting with Calhoun?
It was more than one time.
How many times did he meet with Detective Stott, who was here this morning, voluntarily, either went to his police department or met with him and was fully cooperative with him?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. You haven't read his reports?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay, but my question was, have you read his reports?
No, and I don't have any firsthand knowledge of his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. What about Calhoun's reports?
Correct. Yes, I have.
And Mr. Wolfenbarger's cooperation with him?
Yes, yes. Spoke with him multiple times. There is one time that he met with Detective Calhoun, and Detective Calhoun advised that he stole a search warrant that he had. He had to go back and get it from Christopher. That was one interaction that he had with Christopher. So I wouldn't categorize or describe his whole interactions as cooperative.
Okay. At the time of his arrest, how many law enforcement officers went to his house?
You have to refer to the fugitive report, and they should have a list of every law enforcement officer that was assisted in that arrest.
Do you know how many people went to the house?
Offhand, I do not know, but usually when you're trying to apprehend a fugitive for murder, there's going to be a great number of law enforcement.
So if Detective O'Hare was in here yesterday or 2 days ago and said there were 30 officers who went to the house, you wouldn't question that, would you?
That sounds about right. And it's always a tactical safe play or a way to apprehend a fugitive that's wanted for murder.
He said most of them were armed with assault weapons.
That sounds about right, correct.
And helmets and gear and flak jackets and all of that, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And used a battering ram to get into the...
Well, I'm going to ask you, did they use a battering ram to
I
get
have
in?
no direct knowledge on how they made entry into the house. From what I do believe, I do understand that his wife, or at the time what was described as wife, answered the door and she lied and said he wasn't there. And then they was able to make entry and find him. I don't have any knowledge of a ram being used.
Okay. But that is inconsistent with all the cooperation he showed you and Calhoun and Stott over the course of 20 years of answering all your questions, meeting with you, coming to your office, correct?
Incorrect. Whenever you're trying to apprehend a fugitive wanted for a violent crime, which is murder, then you're going to go in the most tactical force used, and that's to ensure the safety on both sides of law enforcement and the civilians that we're trying to obtain.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to say that the officers were doing anything wrong. I was going to say, if he was uncooperative at that time, it was inconsistent with all the cooperation he had shown you and Stott and Calhoun and Kelly, you know, anybody else who he'd been interviewed with over the years.
So based on the way you framed your question, inconsistent means that he hid in the cupboard, and he did not hide when we went to go talk to him, but he did hide when he was when they arrived for his arrest. That's correct. He did hide when that arrest happened, and he did speak with us in person.
Yeah, and he had voluntarily given pubic hair to Calhoun.
Correct.
He had voluntarily given other hair samples at other times he was requested, correct?
Correct, and also...
my question was just a yes or no. He also gave DNA evidence when requested, correct? Buccal swabs.
That is correct.
He also, you know, the luminol was used in his house, correct?
Correct. 3 years after the incident, though, and the house had been remodeled. So
and all those were done in a cooperative manner. Some you had to get a search warrant for, but others he did in a cooperative manner.
So the last incident that you're referring to is the luminol. A search warrant had to be obtained. So I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge of interaction at that time that Christopher had with the detectives performing that search warrant.
Well, he wasn't even living there when the luminol was given out.
Okay, so that answers the question. He did.
And also, during the course of the questioning by Mr. Fawcett here, you repeatedly talked about things that you found important.
Why does everything about life insurance seem so hard? Talking about it, applying for it, going through medical...
He gave to the officers and that was tested was not shown to be consistent with what was found in the bags.
All DNA is important, but also I had to keep in mind that this case was older. Also, I got to keep in mind that the condition of the body parts that were found, and also over time, those things fade. So we're going to do it just to check the boxes and make sure we're going to cross our T's and dot our I's. But also in the back of my mind, I do know that the DNA was going to be compromised because it was compromised.
But the pubic hair was analyzed and was found to be not consistent with what was found in the bag.
So the way I remember the report saying it was dissimilar, and also pubic hairs and hairs degrade over time, and that's the way the report read. By the time this particular item was tested, years had passed it. So over time, DNA does degrade, and pubic hairs and DNA items such as that will degrade.
And you know from the other officer who was with you earlier today and sitting outside that he had done DNA from what was found on the bag, and all of that came back negative.
Are you referring to Detective Stein?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Detective Stein and myself, we did work on this case earlier, and he was definitely a big part of collecting that DNA for further testing.
And it came back as not being consistent with Mr. Wolfenbarger's DNA.
That's correct.
Okay. And you know about the paint chips that were found inside the bag that didn't match anything in the house.
That's correct, but also at the time when they did serve the search warrant at the house had been remodeled. That particular area had been remodeled, so it was not going to be uncommon that those paint chips were going to be dissimilar to one another.
Right. So do I gather that all the evidence that exonerates him, that shows that he's not the person who perpetrated the crime, you consider to be insignificant.
That's incorrect. If you're referring to just physical evidence in that manner, no, but you still have other evidence that goes in line and testimonies that go in line with this case.
I'm just asking about the physical evidence. You downplay the significance of all of that, don't you?
Can never downplay physical evidence. Physical evidence is important, but what you have to keep in mind that over time, physical evidence degrades. And this case is a prime example of that.
You know that cadaver dogs were sent out to the house, correct?
Okay, I heard of an incident. I don't have any direct knowledge of cadaver dogs or APD using any cadaver dogs.
Okay. There's no evidence of, first of all, there was no saw found in the house or in the house where he was arrested years later, correct?
No, the only reference to a saw is when Christopher admitted that he was in possession of, or he was accused of being in possession of while he was let go from his job.
Right. There's no evidence where the dismemberment occurred.
Absolutely. There's no evidence where it could have occurred anywhere.
When you were questioning Chris in the 2021 that we listened to, you asked him to say who he thought had killed his wife, correct?
I believe we asked him what did he think happened.
Right. And he responded, of course, he initially said the family, correct? Her family, her parents.
Correct. He wanted.
And then he said, he then said, but listen, I'm just speculating, correct?
Well, we have to go in order. If to answer the question, he pointed all the blame to the father and the family. And what he's referring to when he's saying speculating, he's speculating on different parts of the interview and different parts of the statement that he made.
Yeah. One second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Detective Shepard, you were testifying as to the collection of DNA and the degradation of DNA over time. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to view the conditions of that the remains of Melissa Waffenbach were located in?
Yes, I did.
And photographs and the actual scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any indication in your reports of any weather conditions that would have existed during around the time that her remains were discovered?
Yes, it was a heavy downpour, a lot of rain in the area.
And is there, in your investigation, have you worked cases where you've been able to successfully collect the presence of DNA?
It's a crap shot. Sometimes I may not. In this particular case, when the particular items that we're referring to that get the DNA when it's compromised, like her body parts was in, like you might as well say, like a soup in those bags, definitely know they're going to be compromised.
You say like a soup. What do you mean by that?
So when it's in a plastic bag, there's a lot of rain. It was in a junkyard. It's a lot of areas, so it's a lot of other things that can come into contact with her remains are compromised, along with a natural weather event like rain.
And we're talking about the time period of April through June. Is that a period of time you would consider to be a particularly hot or particularly cold period of time?
That's a area time of the year that when the seasons are changing, we usually get a lot of rain. In Georgia and Atlanta, that's the time when the weather started changing, the trees started blooming. So yes, we're going to get a lot of rain during that time.
All right, and also heat, does that have an impact on the ability to collect DNA samples?
It does, but that's not going to stop us from trying to collect them.
All right. Now, you testified as to information you received, specifically as it relates to any FBI determinations as to the quality or degradation of hair that you would have that would have been in connection with this case. Do you recall when those reports when those reports would have been created?
Yes, I have it documented in the report. I believe her name was Dr. Cornsberry.
Okay. And did you have a copy of Dr. Cornsberg's report in your in Discovery?
Yes.
Do you recall that date offhand?
Not offhand, no, I do not.
If you were to review a copy of her report, would that refresh your recollection as to that report?
Yes, it will.
You can review that to yourself.
Yes.
All right. After having reviewed that, is your recollection refreshes to the date of the report?
Sorry. Yes, the date of the report is October 30th, 2007.
And is that when the police department received information about the quality of samples that you were going to either make a decision about further testing?
Correct.
And based on the information about the quality of the hair sample, was it either Calhoun's decision or your decision to send off for additional testing based off that information that you received?
Detective Calhoun's.
Okay. But ultimately, when you reviewed the case, you decided your decision was the same as Calhoun. Is that safe to say?
Correct.
And in connection with your interview of the defendant in 2021, had you previously either spoken to Detective Calhoun and or viewed any statements that the defendant made with Calhoun?
Yes.
And were those statements important for comparing and contrasting any similarities and differences between those two statements?
Yes.
And if you found, I guess, things that you viewed as being dissimilar, would that have been significant in your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, questions related to when the last time would have been that Christopher Waffenbarger would have observed Melissa alive. Specifically that question. You recall asking the defendant that question in 21?
Yes. It gave conflicting answers. One answer was that he dropped her off and she just walked away. The next time he said that they went to Taco Bell and then he dropped her at a train station.
Okay. And I want to refer you to a previously admitted exhibit. I believe it's 73. Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, this exhibit 73, which has been tendered into evidence, I'd ask the court's permission to play portions 2420 through 29. Can you tell me what 73 is? It is the interview with Detective Stott.
Connected to DHCPL540039F10.
Hang on just 1 second. Can you come here?
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling rugged trails with standard all-wheel drive and a towing
But she apparently, I don't know if she was in love with this guy or what too much about it. I didn't know the first thing I said, yeah, I could remember. White guy, that sounds right, yeah. I remember he had curly hair. Hey, now you come to your room, I gotta go back there real bad. If I go pee.
Now, we've concluded the tape.
2856.
2856. All right. Now, Detective Shepard, do you recall in your interview with the defendant, we've just listened to a portion of the interview with Detective Stott and Detective Calhoun. Did you get an opportunity to listen to that as the jury was playing it?
Yes, sir,
the jury
I
was
did.
listening? Okay.
I did.
And do you recall in the interview that we just listened to, did you hear the portion of the interview when the defendant indicates last time being March or April that he saw Melissa Waffenbarger?
Yes.
And that was the next year, which appears it would have been 1999. You recall that?
Yes.
And is that also the same time period where Melissa's remains were discovered?
Yes.
And is there anything different about the time period, March or April of 1999, where the defendant indicates he saw Melissa Waffenbarger, and the time when he told you in 2021?
The exact date, do you have a report that I can refer to? The exact date did he?
I believe you have your reports up there with you.
Yeah, so it was May 5th, 2021, when me and Sergeant Layton interviewed Christopher.
Okay. All right. Do you recall the defendant indicating that the last time he saw Miss Melissa Waffenbarger would have been in December of '98?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
Did that distinction between the December 1998 date that the defendant gave you and the March '99 date that the defendant gave Calhoun, was that something you factored into your investigation?
Yes, it was definitely a red flag.
Was that something you considered inconsistent?
Correct.
Your testimony, you were just testifying as to the cooperation of this defendant. You referenced an obstruction of a search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct. Regarding to Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall what the nature of what law enforcement or Detective Calhoun was attempting to retrieve with that search warrant?
Some DNA.
Okay. And your testimony is that there was an obstruction charge related to destroying that search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, he stole a search warrant and then destroyed it.
You also testified as to the level of cooperation when you arrived at the defendant's residence when law enforcement arrived to effect the arrest warrant. I believe you testified that the female was dishonest about his whereabouts when law enforcement arrived. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately find the defendant at the residence where that female was dishonest?
Yes, they found him in a makeshift hole in the wall that he had behind an appliance.
And you were also testifying as to the protective order and the request for dismissal. Did it come up in your investigation that on that July 29th date, Melissa Waffenbarger's children went back with the defendant's mother, Kathy Waffenbarger?
Yes, and around that same time frame, correct.
Did you factor in, during your course of investigation, did you also know that Kathy Waffenbarger had custody of Melissa Waffenbarger's children?
Yes.
And did that factor into any consideration you had as to Melissa's ability to leave the relationship?
It did, and it factored in a great deal.
What do you mean by that?
So it's pretty odd that a mother would give up her children, but it also makes it really hard in the domestic situation a violent, tumultuous domestic situation for them to leave when the person that's responsible for that domestic abuse parent is in charge of your children.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel.
Something when you just began the redirect examination here about the weather when the skull was found?
Correct.
What was the weather that you think it was?
There are reports of the weather inside the case file. During that time frame when she went missing, that time frame, the first body part was discovered, which is her head. There was rain.
How did you just describe that rain to Mr. Fawcett?
Well, there was a downpour multiple times during that time period.
Okay, can I show you Mr. Calhoun's report?
Sure. Intermittent mist.
Intermittent mist?
Overcast, correct.
Intermittent mist is the same as a downpour?
So as we know, when it rains, it's not constantly raining as a downpour constantly, unless it's some type of hurricane or something like that in the area. I don't recall a hurricane or anything like that type of weather event at the time that report was made, so it's not unusual for it to be misting at that time, especially after a rain.
But you weren't there. You're just going by Calhoun's reports, right?
Correct.
So you're answering Mr. Fawcett's question saying it was a downpour, but all you have is Calhoun's report that said it was misting.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Document the incident, that's all we have to go on. Like a police report is a legal document, and we refer to those documents.
Can I approach?
Yes.
You
don't have to ask again.
The National Climate Center reports about rainfall.
Okay.
How much rain was there in April of that year?
I'm not a meteorologist, and I don't feel comfortable interpreting this weather report.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this as evidence.
Mr. Fawcett?
No objection.
What is going to be the exhibit designation?
What number are we up to? 10.
D10. D10 is admitted.
Thank you. The right-hand column is the total rainfall for the month. For the month, what was the total rainfall in April?
Can you point to the... Okay, the item that you have circled...
Is the total.
That's what you're saying? Okay, the item that you have...
No. For that day. For that day, sorry.
Okay. Item that you have circled is 0.27. What type of measurement is this, though? Is this in inches, millimeters? That's why I don't feel comfortable trying to interpret this.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what made you tell ADA Fawcett that it was a downpour, when in fact you have no evidence to support that, the scientific evidence doesn't support it, and Calhoun's report doesn't support it?
Based off the documentation from the reports and interviewing and talking to Detective Calhoun, that's the information that I gathered.
Well, we just showed you the report. It said it was misting. Didn't say anything about it downpour.
The report is missed, and that's what Detective Calhoun documented in his report, with actually being present on the scene. For those 3 months, there's not a documentation of that. So in those 3 months, I don't think there was a drought during those 3 months, so it definitely rained, but he documented a misting on the crime scene.
So if we bring Calhoun back, he's going to reaffirm that he told you that it downpours that month?
If you bring Detective Calhoun back, I can't speak on what he's going to say. We can only go off the reports and things that are documented.
The difference in time between these inconsistent statements by Mr. Wolfenbarger about the last time he saw Melissa was how many years?
Which incident are you referring to?
What you just answered, Mr. Fawcett, on redirect.
Can you be specific, please?
There were two different interviews he gave. You said it was significant that they were inconsistent about the last time he saw Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Okay, so the first interview was when Detective Calhoun came in contact with the case in 2003. I interviewed Christopher in 2021.
So over the course of 18 years, the first time he said it was the end of 99, correct? The end of 98. And when he talked to you, he said it's the other way around. When he talked the first time, he said it was March or April of 98, and with you, he said it. Let me start over. He said it was March or April of 99 when he talked to the first officer, and he said it was the end of 98 when he talked to you, correct?
Correct, but truth is going to be consistent. It doesn't matter how much time passed. If you're telling the truth, that's going to be consistent.
Okay.
So when we hear inconsistencies, that's a red flag. Only lies become inconsistent. Truth stays consistent no matter when it's told.
Okay. Even with an 18-year memory lapse between the two.
Absolutely.
You remember where you were 18 years ago?
I do.
On this date 18 years ago?
Not on this specific day, but on this specific year and this month, I do. I can't tell you exactly where I was.
Okay. All right. And were the same questions asked of him about location on those two different events? Two different times? The first time when it was Stott who was interviewing him, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did he say what street he remembered last seeing her? He was asked about the last time you saw him on.
Are you referring
Lee
to the
Street?
statement that he made to Detective Stott?
Yes.
All right, can we replay it? I'm not familiar with the interview with Detective Stott.
Do you know today, sitting here, whether the two statements asked him the last time he saw her at the same location as opposed to at different locations?
I have no direct knowledge to Detective Stott. I haven't spoken with Detective Stott. The detective that was primary had this case before me is Detective Calhoun.
Okay, but just a minute ago, for ADF Fawcett, you said the two inconsistencies were dramatically important to you.
Yes, every inconsistency is important, especially during a homicide investigation.
But if the two questions are different, then they're not inconsistent, right?
That's incorrect. You can ask a question in many different ways, and the truth is going to stay the same. We find consistency. That's what we do as detectives, as homicide detectives. We talk to all type of people that lies all the time. There's one thing that's going to be consistent is the truth. So we look for consistency. When there's inconsistency, there's lies.
Okay. So if the first time he's asked, when's the last time you saw her on Lee Street, and the second time, when's the last time you saw her on a different street, if it's different times, you'd say that's an inconsistency.
I would say if it's the truth, it will be consistent.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are
Yes, ma'am.
excused.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, we asked to call Dr. Hopple, but I think we need to have her patch into Zoom.
Has she already done so? No, we have to let her in, but has she already attempted?
Okay, I think we told her to stay. All right, so.
Well, she wouldn't be able to because we won't let her in, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some technical stuff we have to take care of for just a minute, so I'm going to excuse you to just grab a quick cup of coffee or whatever, just hopefully for about 5 minutes or so, and we'll get you back in here as quick as we can.
Let's see, all right, where's that?
The jury's clear. I apologize. I didn't realize that she was the immediate next witness. I would have been more clear to tell you to tell her to go ahead and log into the Zoom because she would have just stayed in the waiting room until my staff let her in. But now we know.
Can Mr. Wolfenbarger
Yes,
say
absolutely.
step out, but I think
Yeah,
you
if
know
he
what I
needs to
mean.
take a comfort.
To the ones who carry us. The queen who unites different friend groups. The bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade.
Peacemaker killed my son. My priority is revenge.
I know it's because my muscles are bigger than theirs, but geez, right? No one will break us apart.
some APHIS hits. So the fingerprint, when they dusted the vehicle, they had prints come back as to be for Justin Johnson. That they weren't communicating prior to that.
If you can or can't, the records that you have, when is the first time that you see any of the individuals appear in Cornelius's phone?
I don't know. I don't have that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So again, for this, it's the communications for Justin Johnson, and it's going to be on August 13th, 2021. And as you can see here for Justin, he's got 12 communications with Hernandez Govan, who's his top caller. And then this is going to be the same, so another hot number list for Cornelius Smith. Now, the number's different because he had this telephone number, same device, but different telephone number, which is 901-479-3786. I think on his device it showed that number was last used in September, so that means it's probably sometime he changes over to the number you saw earlier. And on that hot number list, you see Bobby Carter has 33 communications, which is about his third caller, and then Devin Burns. Correct. And then on this one we have Anthony Mims hot number list, and again it's filtered for just the 13th. And as you can see here, Govan's number 4. I think that's 4 communications. He's actually 10, maybe 9 callers down, because you can see you have a bunch of unknown, and then you have number 2 callers, just a list of numbers. That's usually just information getting from the cell phone company and other things, like other traffic, but actual numbers, he's about number 9 or 10. And then on August 13th at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call where Terrence Baker's cellular device calls and says that he's at Allendale being shot at and he's hiding. They asked for his name, he refused to give it. He just told them to hurry up, they're coming after him. And then this will be communications with the conspirators with Justin Johnson and with Justin Cornelius Smith, and then the other individuals, Anthony Mims, Hernandez Govan, and any variation of their other at that time. So as you can see, it's represented in color. Essentially in color. The light pink is going to be the Hernandez Govan. The blue is Anthony Mims. The blue is Anthony Mims. On the left, it's see, I think I've got Justin Johnson is yellow. I've got Justin Cornelius yellow is green, just in Cornelius Smith is green, just kind of the flow of things. And so, essentially, on November 2nd, we had Justin Johnson had 7 communications. Justin Johnson had 7 cellular device that belongs to Govan, and then he had 4 communications, and then he had 4 communications.
Chronological order on the date.
Correct.
Order on the date. So he communicated. Justin communicated with Hernandez Govan. Hernandez communicated with Anthony Mims. Then he communicated with Govan again. And then he communicated with Mims again. Then he communicated with Govan. And then he communicated
Correct.
with Govan.
Correct. And then essentially this is just those call detail records, just the actual call detail records. It's got like service codes, tower information. You'll see it has tower information. A version of the IMEI, a version of the actual IMEI. It won't give you the actual IMEI. Do some equation where they change the last 2 equation where they change the last 2 digits of records and still create their own records, kind of create their service or their own account. So, but it just gives you a little bit more information. It can tell you call or voicemail if there's multiple users on one call, if they're doing 3-way, and things of that nature. And then again, as you can see, you have Justin Johnson in the yellow, Cornelius Smith in the green, and essentially it just kind of shows the way they're cut, like who they're communicating with, and the kind of the flow in chronological order, how they're talking. So, as you can see, Justin Johnson had 7 with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson had 4 with Anthony Mims, and then he had 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 20 communications with Hernandez Govan, but he had 0 with Justin and 0 with Anthony Mims. And then this is just the actual raw records. It just depicts what that is. So at the top you have Justin Johnson's records, and then at the bottom you have Cornelius Smith's records. And again, another report showing that Justin Johnson had 7 communications with Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, he had 1 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 2 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Justin Johnson, or Anthony Mims, and 0 with Justin Johnson. And then these are just the, again, you have Justin Johnson's records that you get from the cell phone company, and then you have Cornelius Smith's records that come with the cell phone company. Again,
For November 5th, 2021.
it's November 5th, and as you can see, it's harder for me to see, but in the yellow and the green, they're kind of throughout the day, but Justin Johnson has 1 communication with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then he has 1 communication with Cornelius Smith. And then if you look on this side, Cornelius Smith has 4 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course 1 with Justin Johnson. And then these are those records that represent that. And then this is November 6th. You have Justin Johnson has 0 communications with Govan. He has 2 with Anthony Mims. He has 1 with Cornelius Smith. And then as you see, Cornelius Smith has 4 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then 1 with Justin Johnson. And then as you see, these are just the raw records representing those individual calls. Again, November 12th, you have 0 communications with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson. Yeah, Justin Johnson has 0 communications. He has 3 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius has 5 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius Smith. And again, these are just the raw records that represent that report. And then November 15th, 2021, you have Justin Johnson has 0 communication with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 communication with Anthony Mims, but he has 14 communications with Cornelius Smith. And then on Cornelius Smith, he has 2 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course he has 14 communications with Justin Johnson. And then
Raw data.
This is just the raw data. And then November 17th, obviously, is the day of the homicide. So if we look at the hot number list on the day of the homicide, Cornelius Smith hot number list has 12 communications with Justin Johnson. It's about his fourth top caller. He has 11 with Hernandez Govan, and then he has 8 with Angela Arnold. And then if you look at Justin Johnson's, it's harder for me to read that, to be honest, because it's a little far if you don't mind me.
Get my glasses on, so.
Yeah, because I can't see that far, I guess, through the glass. So on the 17th, Justin Johnson has 15 communications with Govan. It's like his third down if you remove the voicemail. And then you have 12 with Cornelius Smith. You have 11 with Angela Arnold. And then on down, he has 3 with Hernandez Govan and only 1 communication over here on the right with Anthony Mims. So that's just further down the list.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just going to be a call log, essentially taken from from Cornelius Smith's cellular device, and it's showing that he's communicating with Justin Johnson. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get down. It's too tight. It's an incoming call, and then as you can see, he's got his contact listed as Little Brud Drop. Interesting. This is an incoming call just prior to the murder, and as you can see, when you look at their raw records, both of their call detail records show their cellular devices on a cellular tower at 1731 Cherokee Boulevard, and they both have the same tower azimuth, which is just essentially a direction on the tower, like a sector. So it would be like a compass. So 290 would be like, we have cones. And so they're both pointing on the same sector of the same tower, which is approximately 3.9 miles away from 1766 Wild Rose Street, which is where Cornelius lives. And then this is surveillance video of the homicide with Cornelius and Justin Johnson in the photos. And you can see that's at 12:23:01 hours. And Justin will be on the left and Cornelius is on the right. And then Dolph's brother shooting at that vehicle. Here we're showing Cornelius Smith's physical phone extraction, showing that there was no outgoing communications during that time frame. So his last outgoing communication, and before the homicide was essentially, we had that incoming at 12:04, and then you see from that time period, it's all missed calls, and then he has an outgoing to Uncle Ron.
Let me stop you. The date on the top of this is August the 13th.
My bad.
Should that be November 17, 2021?
Yes, I apologize. It should be November 17th.
But the dates all here correlated.
Yeah, the dates are in the center, and as you can see, they have the times, and then below that, we have his call detail record. The records show so it shows right there at the 1804, so records come in UTC, so
what is
UTC? It's basically like universal time coordinated, so like they send the records, it's always going to be in that universal time coordinated. So we're in central time, so that would be, at this time period, it would be 6 hours back. Right now it would be like 5 hours back. So it just compensates for daylight savings and things of that nature. So, because they're going to send those records all over whoever needs them. And so it's just easier for the companies to send them out as one format. And so like you'll see on the phone, we've got it -6 on, and that's when I create those reports. I'm actually -6, and so it just makes more sense fluidly. And then, but the records you'll see, they're going to just stay the same. So that's going to be the universal time coordinate. And so at 1804, which really was the 1204, it shows the incoming call. And then after that, you see just a list of incoming calls, but then you also see some outgoing calls. But those outgoing calls are actually just the forwarding service to his voicemail. And you can see that with like the codes on the far right, which is like, I guess, so 02A would be like forwarding no reply, which means the phone is on, it got forwarded. It's just after no reply means after a couple rings, the phone forwards that call. There's other anomalies, like if the phone's off, it does something different, or if it's busy, it'll have a different code or a different service. And then on November 17th at 12:26, you have Justin Johnson has a FaceTime interaction with Anthony Mims at 12:26:50, so that was about, 3 or 4 minutes after the homicide. And then right here, November 17th, 12:39:07 7 hours, you have 3 communications at 12:39:07. One is an outgoing call. At 12:39:56, you have an incoming text. And then at 12:40:53, another outgoing call. And then you can see that indicated on the records below. And then if you look at the text, 12:39:56, you go to the next slide, and as you can see, 12:39:57 is that text, which is just, Kiona Hooper is sending 4752 Haven Court, the address to her apartment, to Justin Johnson. And then later at 12:47:22, you have Justin Johnson sending 4752 through iMessage to a Jermaine Sears, a number that belongs to Jermaine Sears. And at 12:47:30, Justin Johnson sends another iMessage that says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And then you have a response at 12:47:41. Jermaine Sears sends an incoming iMessage that says, "On my way." So 12:58:02 is when it begins, but you see Justin Johnson's SUV pull in to the two-lane apartments, or what's it, they got another name, the Gospel Garden Apartments. Then you see Justin Johnson next to Kiana Hooper, and then you see Cornelius Smith, who has the hoodie kind of draped over his shoulder. And they're going into Kiana Hooper's apartment. So this is going to be from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and this is going to be at 13:26:30 hours. And as you see, she has an incoming call from Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. It's a 19-second call. And then you have another incoming call at 13:28:16 hours. It's a 12-second call. And then you have an instant message that comes in at 1:28:50 or 13:28:50 hours. And then below are the records that coordinate with that, with those, with her phone calls. And these are going to be her call detail records that are associated to her device. And then that text message, which was at 13:28:50, is again the address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Justin Johnson sent this to Angela Arnold's phone.
Justin Johnson's device.
Justin Johnson's device.
Correct.
Sent it
For
to
telephone
Angela
numbers.
Arnold's device.
Yes. Again, here you see Angela Arnold's phone extraction. She gets another incoming call at 13:55:11, and it's a 29-second call. And then that's represented down here at the bottom for her call detail records. And then as you see, 13:56, Angela Arnold arrives in the black SUV at 4752 Haven Court. And I think you see him coming outside as Justin's in the middle with the yellow hoodie. Cornelius has the black hoodie with the black pants. And Keona's just right behind him. And then you see Cornelius get in the passenger side of Angela Arnold's vehicle. So now, November 17 at 14:07 hours and 15 seconds, Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing SMS message to a telephone number that belonged to Justin Johnson. That SMS message stated, "This is Steve, bruh. Send me bruh number so I can get my phone." That's then followed by another SMS message, which is at 14:13:21 from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and it says Quez number. Then we have November 9th, 2021, or 19th, I'm sorry. And this is just showing that Justin Johnson at 12 in the morning was searching, Cornelius Smith, was doing a Google search for 24-hour AutoZone.
12:17 in the morning, like
correct,
midnight.
or no, 12:17 seconds. So at 12 in the morning, and then at 12:01 in the morning, you see Justin Johnson shows an outgoing call to a number or Cornelius. I'm sorry, Cornelius shows an outgoing call to AutoZone Auto Parts. That comes back to the AutoZone Auto Parts at 5945 Winchester Road. Again, you'll see
Cornelius.
1209 or 0900 hours. Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call that belonged to Justin Johnson, and he has the contact name labeled Little Broad Drop. It's a 33-second duration call. Then at 12:10 a.m. or 1000 hours, you have Cornelius Smith's cellular device showing 3 outgoing calls to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. And you can see again that's labeled BRUH for the 901-618-3848 telephone number. And it's an outgoing call. It shows 2 minutes and 40-second duration. You have another outgoing call at 12:18. So the first one was at 12:10. The next one's at 12:18 a.m. It's a 1 minute and 9 second call. And then you have at 12:35 a.m. you have a 7-second duration call. It's an outgoing call. And then below are just the records that correlate with what was on a cellular device. Then on so at 0647 hours or 6:47 a.m. Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call from a number that belonged to Hernandez Govan, and that was 18 seconds long. And then those are the records that correlate with that communication. And then at 0701 hours or 7 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device does a Google search for AutoZone on Lamar.
Every week, millions of Americans are filling their carts with ultra-processed, low-quality foods, but it's not their fault. At
Hours or 7:03 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an outgoing call to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. There was no duration on that call, and as you see, like there's no duration on the records, and it does show like an abnormal completion, which could be a various of disruptions or problems that just correlates with that call. Again, it's 7:08 or 0700 hours, 7:08 a.m. He has another Google search, which is the universal car cover. And then later at 1847 hours, there's an image of an AutoZone receipt that's extracted from his phone, and you can see that the capture time was on 11/20/2021 at 6:47 p.m. And then we have December 2nd, 2021. And so Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing Instagram chat to Anthony Mims. And essentially it says, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan, little homie. You met me before. I'm trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." And then he lists 901-370-0185, which is Angela Arnold's cellular device or her cellular phone number, and you see it's her Instagram chat for participants, and then above that is Jook the boss, which is his Instagram. And then that's it.
Your analyzation of the phones, would you say the conspirators or the individuals listed, Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, and Jook, would they communicate more to Govan than with each other?
I think that it started as a lot of communications between Govan, but as you saw, as it gets closer to the day of the homicide, those communications then seem to be more between Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson, and not Govan.
And after the homicide?
I would say most of the communication. I know that Cornelius was communicating through Justin Johnson's brother. Because Justin Johnson was doing something weird with his phone where his brother had the phone, but he was just trying to avoid getting in trouble with his parole. So you see that Cornelius is communicating with his brother. But I don't think Hernandez was communicating with any of them that I know of, or Mims. I think all communication was done with Mims.
Thank you.
Just give me a second. We're going to have them switch off so we can log on to this.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Okay. After the homicide, we know Justin Johnson fled to Indiana, right?
Correct.
And he gave his phone to his brother, and his brother was using the phone. So a lot of these calls, his brother was the one using his phone to make it seem like he was still here.
Correct.
So that would be Jamarcus Johnson, Justin's brother.
Correct.
Okay. This PowerPoint slide, you said you just finished it yesterday?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just trying to catch up and go through it today as I just got it. With regards to this AutoZone stuff, was that mentioned in any of the police reports that had previously been provided?
Police report.
Right. You write down narratives, explanations of what happened.
Supplements, yeah. I mean, that was found late, but I would assume that we would either, it would be in the PowerPoint that y'all were given, or it would be, we might have some type of supplement about the receipt and everything, yeah.
I got it. So it was done yesterday. In fact, did you talk to the government about the testimony that's been going on as to what we were looking for as part of the case the last 2 days?
Not in the last 2 days. The receipts and most of that stuff was prior. The records were what I was working. They wanted the records, the November records prior.
Sure.
That's what I worked on.
Okay.
Everything else was pretty much already there. As far as like,
the reason I asked, there's not a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing. Believe me or not, you know this. You're prepared for it. It's your co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple PowerPoints in the discovery. I'm pretty sure that have that, all those slides. Because most of those slides are taken from, I got those slides from that discovery, most of that information.
You just created it yesterday. I'm telling you, you've done 2 PowerPoints.
I didn't create the PowerPoint yesterday. I created, when I told you, the records from November. That's what I was working on yesterday.
Who put the PowerPoints together?
I.
So you made this entire 70 pages we just did?
Yeah, a lot more than that, yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is the lead detective in this case said you guys never followed up on any receipts with AutoZone, and I've been harping on AutoZone, and now for the first time I'm seeing this PowerPoint with an AutoZone receipt. Is that right?
Well, probably because we didn't find out about the receipt until much later in the investigation. This was after Cornelius and then actually getting in his phone and actually finding it. So it just took a long time to find that information.
But you guys indicted Cornelius in January of 2022, less than 2 months after this murder happened.
Yeah, I don't think we interviewed him until later.
Well, you interviewed him on December 9th. You do know that, right?
Well, that was an interview where he was not.
Well, did you do that or did you not do that?
Hold on, let him finish.
Okay.
I was not a part of that interview.
Okay.
But where he came forward with the truth, I was there.
The
on
truth?
Two different ones, two
Okay.
different interviews.
So he came forward with the truth when you were there, the truth.
I would, yes.
Okay. You remember him making a statement to you in August? And you were there. It's recorded, so I'm going to play it. Do you remember it? You were the second detective.
He made a lot of statements, so you hadn't even played it yet for me to remember.
I'm just asking you because you went through 70 pages of slides with very specific dates and times of phone calls. Do you remember how many times Cornelius Smith made statements to the police?
I mean, I sat in on, I think, 2 interviews.
All right. How many total times did Cornelius Smith talk to the police? You are co-lead investigator.
I sat in for 2, and I know he had one when he was initially, I would think one when he was initially arrested.
Okay.
Where essentially he didn't say anything. Or he might have said he didn't even do it. I
You don't
wasn't
know.
in that interview. I was in the 2 that I had with the prosecutors and his attorneys and everybody that was involved.
After he signed the proffer agreement
Yes,
to be protected and all that kind of stuff with his statements.
yes,
That's the proffer agreement, right?
correct.
Okay, it protects the person saying it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a proffer agreement taking place in August of 2022?
It's possible, yes. I don't remember when those 2 proper dates were.
Okay. Before I play that tape, Mr. Cornelius and Angela had both already talked to you all, right?
Correct.
Angela actually supposedly came clean on December 17th of 2021.
Correct.
Told you about AutoZone.
She did not tell us about anything about all that.
Okay, so in the 2017 when she just testified, that would be incorrect about AutoZone.
She did not say anything. I did not see anything in her testimony. I didn't interview her, but I've listened to her testimony.
Okay.
I don't remember her saying anything about AutoZone. I found that out the day Cornelius had mentioned it to us.
When was that?
That would have been later when in one of those proffers. I'm not sure if it was the first or the second one.
Okay.
But he relayed that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that specific information to see if it was true.
All right. And Sergeant Dabney was involved in the proffers too as the lead agent in this case.
He could have been. I think at some point he had left, but I don't know if it was prior or before or after. At some point he retired. I'm not sure what that time frame was.
Okay. So you don't know when the lead investigator of this case retired. On the biggest case that Memphis has got with Young Dolph, you don't remember that?
He's got his own homicides that he's working. We were embedded in this, working this in a completely different building. Yes, we coordinate with him, but at some point I know he retired.
Okay.
And during the investigation, I don't document the date that he leaves.
All right. Can you go ahead and play, please?
I know the pictures are a little grainy.
Stop it. That's your voice, right? We're showing Cornelius pictures, and you say they're a little grainy?
I think so. It was
Go back and
a
say it
second.
again.
I'm afraid I know the pictures are a little grainy. Do you know what that
That's you, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's keep going.
is? It's from your phone. So you're holding it.
A video?
It was in your phone. It was a video.
Yep, it was around 18. Yep.
What firearm is that?
There's an AK-47, I think. That one just begun.
That was going to hit. Was that the gun that you used
Yep, that's the gun he had, yep.
on the murder?
I guess that's the sign I want, but pretty much. Yes, sir.
That's the one you had on Moochie, right?
Yeah, it was the day on Moochie, right?
The Adolph, did you have that same gun?
I believe so. But he had 2 of them. He had 2 of them. He had like, yep, 2 handguns, yep.
What is this?
That's old. That ain't even around the same time.
What about this one?
This old. This ounce gun.
What about this. I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
There's a pop-up.
Alright, stop it there. You were showing him photos, Cornelius Smith, you're showing him photos from his phone, correct? You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes.
Alright, so he talks about AK-47s, about when he was shooting Moochie or Wu or whoever many people he shot.
Well, he didn't shoot Moochie. He said they went up there to attempt to, but Justin Johnson was holding an assault rifle and was laying down in the back before they drove off. They didn't do anything, but we were showing him the different firearms we had found in his to see. We were trying to find the firearms.
Pardon me for being naive. I know he may not have shot anybody, but when I'm going there with guns and they jam or whatever and we don't use them, it still is pretty scary to me. So you show him the photos in his phone, right? That's the AK-47. Then you go through the photo, that's Angela's handgun, right?
I think he said it was Angela's handgun, but it was photos of guns in his phone.
And the next thing you say is, I don't know how this photo got in here. It looks like it's a car part. You remember that? Play it again.
I mean, I heard it, but I don't know what it's in reference to unless we saw some car part or something with autos.
It's your
That's old. It ain't even right signs hand.
What about this one?
This old. This else was gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
There's a pop-up.
So you said, I don't know what this is in the gun section. It's a car part.
Right.
That was said, right?
Yes, because you can filter on the Cellbrite software like firearms, right? Because we were trying to find the firearms used in the murder. And when we filtered that, we had some that were so grainy we weren't sure, but maybe he could clear it up. And he said it was a car part.
Okay.
It wasn't really, you couldn't really tell what it was.
I appreciate the explanation. You couldn't really tell, but these jurors are going to watch that receipt, and you're telling us that that receipt is an AutoZone receipt.
It looks like it's got, if you look at the very top, it looks like an AutoZone receipt. It's got the auto part and the zone. It's very difficult to see, I agree, but it looks like an AutoZone receipt at the top.
All right, so that is a great point. You said as part of your investigation, you name it, we collected it, right? You said that to the government when you're talking about how thorough we were?
Correct.
All right, so it sort of kind of looks like an AutoZone receipt. Did you happen to go about 6 blocks that way to the AutoZone headquarters and just say, could you pull the receipts from that very specific location that you've told the jurors about to see if anybody purchased anything?
Again, if you look at the receipt in the PowerPoint, you can't, I don't think I was able to tell where it came from. And
all right, so now we don't know where it came from. Or it
know
could be AutoZone.
it looks like an AutoZone receipt.
Right, well, I looked.
But it doesn't, you
Your
can't see the
objection
fine print.
asked and answered at this point.
He's going to dodge the question, Judge.
I'm not dodging the question.
Hold on. Objection overruled. Answer your question.
Again, you don't know if that's an AutoZone receipt. We're making presumptions based on a crumply receipt.
You're saying that I don't know it's an AutoZone receipt. I looked at the photo, and at the top you can see the AutoZone part. You can't see when he purchased it or the dates on the fine print, but it appears at the top. It says AutoZone. It doesn't have all the details. Because trust me, we looked at that. We wanted to see what time did this purchase happen. But he said cash, so we were like, well, I mean, can we get video? I mean, we look at these things to try to figure it out, but sometimes all you might have is just at the very top, it says AutoZone.
Yes, it sounds like it's a very difficult job. Did you go to the AutoZone that was addressed and ask them to pull video?
At the time, we didn't have an address.
And you said you looked at the phone and you saw it, you got an address. Did you go yesterday to ask AutoZone headquarters, is there a receipt available?
Historically...
No, not historically. Yes or no. Judge, I need him to answer. He's dodging me over and over again. I'm asking simple questions.
No, I'm going to object.
Did you go?
Objection.
No, I did not.
Objection. Wait. She's objecting.
To what?
The objection. Your Honor, if he would allow the witness to actually answer the 15 questions he's asked, he might get the answer that he needs. I'm asking him to let the witness answer. Let him answer.
Did you go to AutoZone at any point in this investigation? I appreciate the smirk, but just answer yes or no.
No.
Did you go?
Objection, Your Honor, I would ask him. No. He's not making.
We don't need commentary.
All right.
Just ask the question.
No,
answer the question.
I've said no 4 times now. No, 5.
Okay, so we never went to AutoZone to confirm what this receipt might be. Did you go to Pressure World to look through all the cameras that they have at Pressure World?
I did not.
Okay, did anybody do that could magically be on a phone somewhere?
I did not. I was not a part of that first part of the investigation. I did not see anything that had any where they went to Pressure World.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
All right.
Thank you.
With regards to the records that you went through with the phone calls and the hierarchy of numbers, we know for a fact that Justin Johnson did not communicate with Hernandez Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the homicide. The last call was on November 5th for about 8 seconds. Do you remember that?
There's hundreds of records. He's saying they didn't communicate on the phone.
You went through a PowerPoint slide and you put up November 5th, so there may have been a call, it was like 8 or 10 seconds. Then we went through the rest of it and there was not a single call between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan until after the homicide took place. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius Smith, you said 2 calls were made on November 15th. No calls between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan on the 16th, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then the 2 calls that you put on the slideshow with regards to Cornelius and Hernandez Govan, one of the calls was 0 seconds, right?
There were calls on there with 0 seconds. Yes.
Right. So, and the other call was 40 seconds and it had a code 11 next to it. You know, it could be 2A, it could be 11.
There were calls with 11, yes.
Okay. With regards to an individual that you had up there that was communicating with Mr. Johnson, Jermaine Sears, during the course of the investigation, remember that?
I do.
Okay. And he helped them after the shooting get the medical supplies and things.
He brought clothes.
Okay. Did he bring bandages and such?
I don't know exactly what he brought.
Okay.
What I saw Justin get was a bag of clothes. So.
What do you mean what you saw Justin get? It's just from the still shots, right? It looks like
Well,
it's
in the video, when Jermaine Sears pulls up, Justin Johnson gets clothes and some other things out of the back of Jermaine's car.
Okay. You wanted to talk to Jermaine as part of your investigation, right?
We did.
You did or you didn't?
We could.
Okay. And that's because you called to reach Jermaine Sears and you were referred to his lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
And then his lawyer, all he said is Jermaine's out of town. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's not going to talk.
Okay. Did he say he's not going to talk or did he say he's out
He
of
said he
town?
was not going to communicate with us. I think we tried a couple times.
Okay. Your hand is still with us, please. Just let me know when you're finished. Could I get it back? Please. In this, it says you tried to contact Jermaine Sears. You were referred to his attorney, and he was living out of town. And then, quote, so we kind of let it be.
Who said that?
You said it. This is you. Question, and how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears? Answer, we use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by his real name and things of that nature. And then we also ended up contacting him to try to talk to him. Question, on that number. Answer, on that number, we were referred to as attorney, and he actually appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be. Remember that question and answer with Mr. Hagerman?
I don't remember that question and answer, but I do remember.
What is that a transcript of?
That is a transcript of his testimony from
What? When?
last year's trial.
Okay. Well, if you just tell me it's a yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What's the question? You've read the testimony. What's the question for him?
The question is, you don't say anything about the attorney said you can't talk to him. You just simply said you advised he was out of town, so you just let it be.
I'm assuming that sufficed in the trial. I mean, I'm telling you now what happens. We can't kidnap somebody and say you're coming with us because we think you committed a crime. We contacted him. He referred us to his attorney. We contacted his attorney. He said he didn't want to talk to us. At that point, we can't do anything.
You didn't say that here, but now you're saying that you remember the attorney said, I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm going to object again.
I can only tell you what
When she objects, he's asked and been answered, he's answered to the best of his abilities several times. I'm trying to, what different do you expect him to say?
Just repeat what you said under oath, but okay, we'll move on. With regards to these...
What matters to post-university people? People who pick Post want an online education that works on their schedule, so they can get a degree that can help move their career forward without having to leave the people that matter most behind. Are you a Post person?
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening. We always feel like
Cornelius' phone that may be an AutoZone receipt. Does he have any other receipts on his phone that you found?
Not that you see the receipt that I found.
Okay, but you looked through all of it, you said. You worked really hard. Did you notice any other irrelevant receipts on there?
If there was relevant receipts, I might have said there are thousands of photos in most of these photos. So usually we find those on the timeline. But when we're looking through a timeline at a certain time, which would have been after the homicide, but around the time frame before the car is discovered, then on that timeline we're looking. And if we see him searching on the internet, right, for the covers, then we see at some point like a photos captured, then we are like, oh, well, that might be important. But to go through thousands and thousands of photos,
okay,
we're just not going to do that.
So if it's thousands of photos, you name it, we collected it. It's not worth it. We just target on certain dates and certain things, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, there could be something relevant in there, but we don't know that. We only picked a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the tables with the number of calls, sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's 20. Are those all communications between the phone, be it text message, phone, whatever?
Those
on
prior to
your
the
slideshow?
homicide on the slideshow, those are just, most of them were voice, but they're communications. It could be text messages too.
Okay.
Just labeled.
So if there were 22 text messages on one of the day between Mr. Govan and Cornelius, you're aware that Cornelius used to buy ecstasy pills from Mr. Govan pretty regularly?
He stated that he bought narcotics from Mr. Govan.
All right. And you ever had a text with anybody where you say okay, you say hey, and suddenly it's 10 texts or 15 texts, just like that?
I don't know what the contents of that text.
Right, I'm just saying, it's sort of being made out to be nefarious. The 22 contacts would be just a simple text conversation about a guy asking, when can you meet me to come pick up drugs? Meet me here. I'm at the store. I'll come back here. It could be anything, right? You don't know.
I didn't testify to anything of content, just that the communications occurred.
I got it. And you also don't know from those communications if there were 0-second communications, voicemail communications, actual calls.
It will show you that there's actual calls,
sure,
or that call forwarding was picked up, and again, like I stated earlier, it could have which we call no reply, which means your phone is active,
sure,
right? You could have a non-reachable, right? Which means the phone is off. So the phone, it automatically, that code will push it to that call forwarding service. There's a busy, so if you're on the phone, so the phone, it gives you that information. I mean, it's not going to give you content or tell you what they're talking about. It'll give you the duration of the call, what type of call it is, or if it's a text message. So it gives you some.
I'm just trying to keep it simple. There are some summary tables where it just sort of had the top 10 list or something, and it's a number of calls.
Oh, hot number list?
The hot number list.
Yeah.
And so that didn't tell us if anything actually went through, if it was a text. It was just how many
Correct.
communications
It's
we
just how
had.
many communications they had on that day.
And we don't know if it's back and forth, if it's one way, anything.
Doesn't list any, it just shows communications for that individual's phone.
Okay. With regards to Justin Johnson, you're aware that Mr. Govan and he were doing music together, music business type stuff together.
I was.
And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages between those two in the summer of 2021.
I can say that's probably true. Yeah.
Okay. And they, okay. With regards, so we've established that he's doing music with them, and you said, yeah, it's probably true. I would argue there were thousands of text messages about music with them. And with Cornelius, you know there was almost daily contact, even if it didn't make the hot list, where Cornelius would call Govan, get to go hang out at his house, or come get pills.
I don't know what he was doing.
Right, but he did speak to you and said, I hung out with Govan a lot. I used to hang out at his house and stuff.
He said that he hung out at the house, yeah, and then he bought drugs from him. Yeah.
There were some text messages that you pulled up there. Did you look at a lot of text messages on Mr. Justin Johnson's phone?
I'm sure a lot of us did, yes.
All right. Did you go before July 27th, I think was the first date you went into?
I'm sure we did.
Okay. If I showed you text messages from before that, would you remember them?
I'd have to see him to tell you that, but if you show them to me and I do remember them,
I'll do that.
let you know.
I have some questions, objections.
mean, I vaguely remember something about the studio.
I'm going to admit that into evidence. I'm saying that is text messages from Justin Johnson's phone.
And Josh Tate. Yeah.
On July 9th of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Does that appear to be true and accurate based on what you specifically yourself downloaded to your software on the phone? That's where it would come from.
This looks.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll offer that as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
So just that page or?
Just that page.
And it's two-sided?
It's two-sided. The front side is what matters, but it's two-sided because I was trying to say paper.
I don't know which one is the front.
The front one is the one that's at the bottom dated 7/9/2021 at 12:36:46. Does Your Honor see that?
12:40. Yeah, 12:40:56.
If you flip it around, Your Honor, the top one in the blue says 12:36:46.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
This is first page.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna put a 1 up there.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a single page of text messages that's been identified from Justin Johnson's phone. And it's 2 pages. It's a double-sided page front and back. We'll mark this as exhibit number 26.
Publisher?
Yeah.
Let's see this. Goodness gracious. Okay, I gotta be smarter than this, right? But it did go to show you text. Sorry, guys. Can't give that. Robert, I'll let you figure it out. You're at 30. You get to be close to 60 and you just can't figure this out. Okay, I'll just need you to scooch it as we go. All right, so the first text is from TZ to Justin Johnson, is that right?
Correct.
TZ, somebody you guys investigated, right?
Yeah, Joshua Taylor.
Okay. Didn't charge him with anything?
He's deceased.
Okay, but prior to being deceased, you didn't charge him with anything?
Correct.
All right, go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, scooch down. And so this is Justin Johnson. Can you all even remotely see this? No.
They'll get it during
Okay.
deliberations.
So on July 9th of 2021, Justin Johnson tells TZ, okay, we need to spin on street, excess ham, said Duke for show, pulled up on Dolph now. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've already established Ham was somebody that Justin Johnson was communicating with because you had it on one of your slides, right?
Correct.
And you had a mugshot of him, and that was what was shown on the slide. That's his photo.
Correct.
Okay. And then Duke, you know that's stupid Duke on the streets, right?
I don't know. There are a lot of Dukes.
Okay.
And at that time, I think Duke might have been a stupid Duke. The one you're referencing might have been in custody at that time. I'm not.
Okay.
But there's multiple Dukes that are in that world that they're in.
Sure.
So I'm not sure who he's referencing.
And
Because
then
there's a Duke that's in their friendship.
Sure. And I know you don't know what's referencing because we don't know who's in custody, who's not. There's also serial killer Duke, right? The one that's just, you know about, that's just dumb enough to shoot anybody for anything. He's the gang member. I'm just asking.
I mean, I'm working that case, yes.
Okay.
I know who you're talking about.
Right.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay. And then spin on street, what does that mean in gang parlance?
That they're going to go shoot something up.
All right. So here we have on July 9th from Justin Johnson to TZ that we're going to shoot something up, we're going to pull up on Dolphin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that one down. What? I know, but I got to admit the next one. We're going to do one more. Oh, okay, sorry. Scooch it over. My bad. All right, so the next one from Justin Johnson to TZ is Dolph rented the whole studio out for the rest of the year. Call Jook, let's make some. Right? That's what it says?
That's what it says.
And that's July 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because on the slideshow we talked about reaching out to Jook on July 31st, but here they're saying call Jook, we're about to go shoot somebody, possibly Dolph, on July 9th.
It's July 27th, but actually TZ, the text messages aren't in there, but if you have TZ's text messages, you'll see that TZ is the one that made the introduction to Mims, because TZ has a text with Mims saying that I got this rapper. His name is Straight Drop, and you need to meet him.
So you remember that specifically now?
I remember that text. That it was probably in Anthony Mims' cellular devices where I would think you could look, but there's an actual introduction there.
Okay.
Because Justin Johnson was in jail in May, and so sometime between May and July is when he sends that message. So that kind of gave us a time frame.
I get it, but a few minutes ago you said he would have met him at the weed shop or wherever the smoke shop was on July.
I'm representing and said that I'm just showing you that specific time frame.
Okay. So if TZ, if you're saying made the introduction to Justin Johnson to Jook, Govan didn't do that. You just said TZ made the introduction.
There's a text message where he's making an introduction like, hey, TZ is telling Mims, I've got this guy.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's introducing as like, I got this guy.
I got you. All right. We can take that down and go to the next exhibit. This next exhibit, Your Honor, will be 3 pages. It's single-sided, so once I go through it, I'll just give you a heads up. They're reviewing it, yes, Your Honor. Deputy? I said 3. I'm sorry, it's 4 pages, Your Honor. I'm just going to hand you a 4-page exhibit for the witness.
Judge looks like she's over it already.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor, as the next exhibit. Okay, I'm sorry. They're text messages from with.
Asking questions about.
Okay, these are text messages from Justin Johnson.
They are.
Okay, and they're dated July 28th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky?
Yes, Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, could I offer those in evidence now since he recognizes them, Your Honor?
The relevance, I don't know if he's laying the foundation for this.
I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to.
I'm having to take your word that they're relevant. Just lay some foundation.
Okay, I just didn't want to.
Who's the witness?
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Cuz Risky. They say okay. Then he says, "Don't see normal." That's somebody else, right? If you know.
So those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Cuz Risky, right?
Yes.
All right.
Or no. I don't know if it's.
You see where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes. Everything's from Justin Johnson's phone.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, "Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think." You remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad?
Shad.
Rashad Hill.
And who is that?
He's an associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Cuz Risky questioned "Don't see normal." You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Cuz Risky says, "If you all get a steamer or some LMK, I'm cash you out. I need some." You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay. So it's Cuz Risky asking them for if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says "Great home too." You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who is Great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but they wanted to shoot him.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle, and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like it was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, yeah, implying that's him, and then call me, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says pulling up.
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that into evidence as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
And I asked for relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Govan at this point.
And again, it's not relevant.
Oh, just laying the law down again. Oh, just laying the law down again. What do you think she's telling them?
Are you tired of uncomfortable bras that dig, poke, and just don't fit right? We deserve better. Are you tired of uncomfortable bras that dig, poke, and just don't fit right? We deserve better. Are you tired of uncomfortable bras that dig, poke, and just don't fit right? We deserve better.
Did she not let him submit it? I don't think she did.
Okay. So can I see the technique?
Oh, maybe she did.
And who is Cuz Risky?
They said MC somebody. I don't know the legal name that I could find. The detective said who it was.
I know I'm not the most hippest person.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't understand this language.
I didn't know what spin the street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of inferences of addresses and phone numbers and all that.
Okay.
Saying Govan's the mastermind, you look at, well, mastermind is my word, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything, is what they've been sort of arguing throughout this trial. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. And that's what I'm trying to show to the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Jook, and he was doing trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit. Exhibit 26.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do with this.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Jook know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after other PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there have been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything else with arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the last. Right
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct, but you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent the day talking about. We went riding around looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We were going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off, and it's got nothing to do with
they are tipping who?
Justin Johnson's tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is in court controlling it, which is what Cornelius said is Govan in control of everything.
Is Duke a PRE?
Everybody get that?
Yes, he's PRE. That's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to clear up.
It's grape. It's also Mochi grape, so that's why you have grape and Mochi grape. Sure, she's got them all there.
I'm not reading no grape. I'm reading the first one.
She's reading the first one, not the one that has that in there.
You want to make a copy of them so we can all have a copy right this second, or let me say, just tell me. I can. Let the difference go. How many you need?
Two. Okay. Hold on, I'm going to give you all of them. So.
Two copies.
Yeah, and then take this one too, please. Thank you.
Give these back to you because you know what they are.
Yes, Your Honor.
She's still working on one or two more, but these are the first ones. Okay. So those are copies. Okay. And I'm going to actually give me a copy.
I just want you to follow over the green and the blue. It's a little easier from black and white.
But I want the witness to testify. Okay. Give me copies for right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
The one that's so right on the top.
Yes, Your Honor.
The first text on the right is that blue or green. So I know.
Yes, that's in green. And
That's green?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the other one that you gave me.
What's the date on it, Your Honor?
The text message says August 22nd.
Okay, got it.
And then the other one that's July 28th or 21.
Yes, Your Honor.
February green.
Correct. And it should say 3/01/37, the first text in green. Is that correct?
Wait.
July 28th, that's the one you're looking at right now.
July 28th or 21 at 3/01/37, right?
Yes.
Is that blue or green?
That is green, Your Honor.
I just kind of need to know so I can keep up.
It's still on there.
That's fine. Thank you.
I know you need to.
She's like, y'all make me work too hard.
How ready are you?
Yeah, sure.
So the objection has been made to the two other text message trails from Justin Jones.
Johnson.
Justin Johnson.
Could you tell me which dates you are since we haven't marked them yet, Your Honor?
One is on July 28th of 21, and one is on August 22nd of 2021.
Yes, sure.
Okay. The court has already admitted into evidence the one from July 9th.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Taylor has made the objection as to why this is irrelevant when you try to enter these in the evidence. And your response is?
The government's theory in this whole case is Mr. Govan has hired these two individuals to go shoot PRA members, and they're doing it as his direction, even though Jook's the higher for whatever he's doing. My position is Mr. Johnson has his own connections, is doing it on his own, and therefore I'm trying to break the chain of the conspiracy, at least cast doubt on that, because there are clear text messages where he's identifying PRA members to other people. Either he's going to shoot them himself, as in shoot up the block, or we see Muchi Beku and they say pulling up. Whether the shooting took place or not, if you don't fire your gun, apparently it's not a shooting. You're still scared to point a gun. But my point is this is happening and it undercuts this whole theory that Govan's sort of the ringleader of all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to get at, because he's doing it over and over again in the exact conspiracy timeframe on his own.
It's still your response? Your Honor, actually, the state will withdraw our objection.
Uh-oh. That's something. Let's be in trouble.
So we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell the witness to come back in, please. You can bring the jury.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's
You understand? No, that one's coming in. Okay, that's it.
Yes, ma'am. Aurora, don't forget to have those text messages in. That's what we were doing when she was just here.
Correct.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to re-offer the 4-page text message chain from July 28th, 2021 that we were discussing in front of the jury momentarily.
Document with text messages, and it's been identified as text messages between Justin Johnson and
Cuz Risky. The detective was kind enough to give me his real name, but I don't remember.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams.
And Casey Williams. We're going to mark this as Exhibit 27.
I'll go ahead and do the next exhibit just for brevity's sake. I'm going to actually think let's just go with this. I think I've got all the paper confused myself. So let's just go with exhibit 28. Excuse me, 27. Robert, would you do me the honor? Can I publish it here?
You may.
I know y'all can't see, but you'll have this with you. Okay, the 1625, Robert, if you'll scoot you down just a little, please. That's Justin Johnson, right?
Is that the same text that we...
Yeah, I just showed you.
That's Justin Johnson.
And you know his last four are 1625?
Correct.
Okay. And Cuz Risky, his real name is?
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. All right, so Justin says, okay, we talked about this, don't see normal. Route there now, I think Shad know where the hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. Route meaning paper route.
Paper route, Woo.
Okay. And so that's a PRE member.
Correct.
And there's a beef between PRE and CMG.
Correct.
Okay. On the next slide, we've established that they've seen paper woo, as you said. The question, don't see normal. And then the next one is if y'all get a steamer or some, I guess LMKs let me know on cash you out, I need some. And steamer was a stolen car, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next text was Grape Home 2, and that's Moochie Grape.
Yes.
That's a PRE artist as well?
Correct.
Okay. And then Justin says Moochina, again, Moochie Grape, PRE number?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a yeah, and we have a call me. And then we have a next page, please, Robert. It just says pulling up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And again, nobody got shot on that occasion, but that's...
Well, they attempted to shoot. He was providing more than that. Oh, sorry. Casey Williams was providing a lot of information to Justin Johnson on PRE members. I think he was screenshotting Terrence Baker's calls and sending them to him. He sent him Terrence Baker's father's address. And those are intertwined with the messages you were sending. He was providing information to Justin on PRE members.
Okay, perfect. Deputy Sergeant, if you get your steps. 2-page exhibit. It is text messages from Justin Johnson to Jook, and we can explain who that is. look true and accurate from the Justin Johnson phone that you reviewed? Okay, I'll just offer that as an exhibit.
No, he needs to testify to what we're doing.
Okay, all right, let's keep it there.
No, the jury doesn't know. You got to testify to that.
All right. Justin Johnson texts, I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in the car, baby, right?
Correct.
All right. Chopping it up with Jook means what?
I'm assuming he's saying he's been talking to Jook.
Okay. Could chopping it up mean hanging out with somebody?
Generally means you're conversating.
Okay. And this was on July 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is true and accurate from the downloads I guess you did from Justin's phone? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I offer that into evidence then?
Any objection? This is a extraction report. It's been testified that these are text messages from Justin Johnson, the 1625 number to who's he communicating with you?
I'm unaware of who it is. I think in the thread it seemed like it was a female. I'm not sure who she was.
It's a 2-page document. We'll enter this. What date did you say this was? You said July 31st.
Yes, Your Honor.
July 31st. We'll mark this as Exhibit 28.
They took the other exhibits, so I'm guessing it's 28.
Okay. I'll put it right over here.
Well, I'm just going to publish it, so I need to put it in the machine. May I publish it? All right. This is what we just talked about. I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in car, baby, right?
Correct.
I've been playing baby's girlfriend. He's got several, right? Justin.
That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know.
Okay. And that was July 31st, 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. So let me know when you guys are done with the other one. I thought you made you. Okay. All right. I'm now going to show, without tripping, the witness a 3-page text message chain, if you could, please. Properly authenticated. So I can read, go over the text messages.
I mean, I don't remember these text messages, but they're in Justin's phone. So.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm just going to come up here since I don't have another copy. All right. These are the text messages from August 25th of 2021, right? Correct. And Justin tells Jew, J-U-U, just pulled up onto Privé, right?
That's what he said.
Okay, and Privé is the club that Jook owns, right?
Yeah, it's a restaurant I think he owned with his mother.
Okay, but it's a CMG restaurant.
I would say
Or a
it's
Jook restaurant.
Anthony Mims is a restaurant that he owns with his mother.
Okay. And then the calls go on, not so much, but he's just talking about he's going out with Jook.
Yeah, is the attorney testifying or the witness testifying?
Well, he's not asking questions.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jew.
Do you not have another copy of it?
I don't, because I gave him my other color copy, so. Here. What's the next one? Just go to the next page. We talked about going to.
Are we entering this in evidence? Is it already in evidence? Is it a question?
He's testifying about it, so it can be entered in the evidence, I assume.
But he's
Correct.
reading it, so the jury's hearing that.
He's identified them as text messages from Justin Johnson. He said he didn't necessarily remember the text messages themselves, but you knew that they were text messages from Justin Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So,
I'm looking to offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
okay. And so he should be testifying about what's in the message.
And that's what I was doing. I just need you to enter it into evidence. I'm going to move into it, or if you want to go over what.
I want you to go over what's in there.
Okay. So he's talking to Jew, maybe is, and it's not a racial source, J-U-U is what it says. And he's
Why don't you get him to explain what they say?
What
Get him
does
to
this
read
say?
it and explain it.
All right, read it.
I'm here to FW Jook. I ain't here to go out.
What does F, tell us what that means in English.
I would assume that means fuck with.
Okay, that means hang out with?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next text message say?
The next text message says, I ain't have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one?
Bring yo ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
And then it's a response from Jew, which is need to take your ass home with 2 exclamations.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jew about him being in Privé and not having the right clothes and needs to go home.
Yeah, you can surmise that, it sounds like.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
And I'll object on relevance. I don't know what Mr. Johnson's clothes has on has anything to do with anything that we talked about ever.
He's spending time with Jook. The whole issue is Mr. Govan controls everything in this case, and Justin.
I didn't know that this was Jook we were talking about. You said J-U-U.
That's to his girlfriend that he's hanging out with Jook on that date. That's what he says, I'm FW with Jook.
I don't know that, and see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here at FW Jook. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Jook? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with Jook, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's 2 separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Jook on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, which is spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what this means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's essentially what fuck with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit 28. 29.
for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm just going to stop with the text message and just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked or contacted Govan, we talked about the 2 weeks and all that stuff in a couple of days with regards to Cornelius. We're not going to rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again.
Could you? I highlighted for you the time and everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong. You tell me.
No, because it's in. Sometimes people will take records. It appears to be on Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. So I was just making sure. It shows on 11/16/2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right. And you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in and downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming that these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds, he said.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent Jook a turkey emoji the night of the 16th. You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just... if we could approach the witness, please. Objection?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a text message from Justin to Jook the night before the murder.
Okay.
Are we approaching it?
I thought this was next to the one.
No,
Can
give
you
him a-
front, please?
Here we go again.
Thank you. Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Jook.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than one text, but I'm concerned about the one in Memphis.
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's not November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, November 13th. Okay, I'm sorry. 12:56 a.m. And it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
Right, and the next one, if you could escape, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. If you could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Mims.
Right. And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Jook's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page, I was just doing a large version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all I'm looking to admit.
Any objection? No.
You want this too?
No, just give her, I'll take it back, but we just admit the first page. Get that back to you, please.
This is
Here at Little Lake Pet Lodge, we provide your pet with a refreshing getaway so your mind can be at ease. Our peaceful and spacious
And the second message on the page appears to be the first emoji sent on November 16th, 2021. We'll mark this as Exhibit 30.
And could I publish that, Your Honor? I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Jook the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take it down. So we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Jook, did you all ever try to interview Jook?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone.
Okay.
When he was at the airport.
Okay. It wasn't annotated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police reports. The lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said he had nothing to talk.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote a search warrant and we did the phone extraction.
Okay. So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard, you went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him and he said, no, I don't want to make a statement. This is my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but one of somebody, either Friot or someone, communicated with him to say, hey, you want to come talk? We knew what his response was going to be, and we knew what attorney he was going to tell us to talk to.
Okay. I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up. Not being mean or anything else.
Right.
That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions
Okay.
on what happens to Jook.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There was nothing else done with regards to Jook.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, that's what we were doing.
Okay. I'll let it be. I think I get it.
You guys go enjoy your evening. Don't talk about any of the testimony. And we'll be back here in the morning at 9:30 and we will work all day. Okay? So enjoy your evening. Leave your notes here. Thank you.
Cheers. Holding up.
Court remains in session.
Wait for this microphone.
Oh.
Court's in session, remain seated.
Can we excuse the witness, sir?
Say again?
Can we excuse the witness for this moment?
Court's in session, remain seated.
So, are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify something.
Okay. We're still in session.
Robert, we're in session. What I was saying is, yes, we talked about Ham, and Ham is Rashad Hill's brother? No? Okay. Here the
Confusion. Confusion.
if you'll look at it and see if I missed something. I see it down here. It'll be, I'll take those back, so just place them. It is on Exhibit 27. It is a text from Kazariski to Justin Johnson on July 28th. Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think. That's where.
And that's Rashad Hill.
Is that Shad as Rashad Hill? Or do you know?
I know that the shot that was referenced throughout the phones amongst Justin Johnson and his associates. When they say shot, they were referring to Rashad Hill.
That's what you testified to originally.
There's no text message to Shad or Rashad Hill. This is just saying who's there when they're talking about shooting somebody. Or, I'm not sure which.
So, Ms. Taylor, this is a reference to Rashad.
We think.
Well, we think. He testified that based on his familiarity with these records, that they're referring to Rashad and they're calling him Shad or Shad. I don't know how what you're trying to enter into evidence now is relevant to this, because this doesn't, go ahead, I mean. Can I see that? Sure. There's so many that we are getting copies of, so. And I don't call any other testimony, and I won't say reference, but I won't call any other testimony regarding Rashad Hill.
however many days you need me, I'm good.
Yes, ma'am. The state's contention is that defense has made the argument for these to be admitted into evidence, this particular text message to be in evidence, to show that there was maybe a separate conspiracy, or this had nothing to do with Hernandez Govan. This text message references a shot that Sergeant Brown has testified he believes to be Rashad Hill. The state would assert that there are messages, or at least communication between Rashad Hill and Hernandez Govan at the same time that all of this is going on the same day. I think that that puts Govan right back in the middle of association with them, not just a separate conspiracy going on, but all of this is mixed up.
So it's your contention that it's all a part of the same conspiracy that Govan is involved in, he's just not a part of these communications?
Yes.
I don't even know what it is that we're objecting to. I mean, the text message just says shots there. If that opens up the door, then everything comes in, you know, as far as that goes. He's talking to somebody else about a PRE member.
Who is he?
Justin Johnson is talking to somebody else about a PRE member. PRE member says shot there, something, with some other names or other people. So I don't know how that opens up anything to relevance. Just, he's referred to half a dozen people in there. It's not even his phone.
Not even whose phone?
Shad's phone, or Shad.
You have anything further? Do you have anything further?
Several of these text messages reference several different people.
That was his point. They referenced several different people. Your argument would be a lot more cogent if those messages or some messages had been from Justin Johnson to Shad or Rashad. But that's just a reference of him. And so I don't know that we have an objection here, but I'm not going to allow your line of question. So, although we have excused the jury for the day, you are on redirect. Other than that, do you have any other redirect?
We're done with the jury.
We're done. I just excused the jury. But if you don't have any other redirect, then this officer doesn't have to come back in the morning. Because that was your, when I said, Ms. Taylor, do you have some redirect, that's how you.
I asked them to come back in the morning. Oh, we may have. I tried to help you.
No problem. No problem. I'm good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Any other matters we need to take up before in the morning?
I'm guessing the state only has one other witness, which is the medical examiner. I'll have.
I was asking the state, as far as you know, you don't have any other witnesses?
No, not at this time.
So I just try to figure out, excuse me, when to have my witnesses here, if we don't know.
Right,
if there's
so
this.
he's gonna come back in the morning. I would suppose there's not gonna be much more for him, but we'll see. And then their last witness, you probably need to have your witnesses here by 10:30, 11, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have some of the folks run, so could we respectfully ask for 11? If they don't have questioning, I'll get them here earlier, but I just don't wanna be dragging cars back and forth, so I don't have the resources.
That's fine.
Okay, we just have one car.
Just one witness?
One car. We have multiple.
You have one car. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. If it looks like things are going a lot quicker than we expect, then send your car.
All right. Otherwise, if it doesn't, just give me a second, I'll text and we'll get it going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
If we finish
Right.
everything tomorrow.
Let's talk about tomorrow. I anticipate, based on your proof, being finished with the proof sometime tomorrow, fairly early.
Well, Trey and Ingram may take a few minutes, Your Honor. You remember that one? We sort of went through the motions. So that's the only one that could take time. The others are relatively quick.
Okay. That still would hopefully get us to mid-afternoon.
Right, we will finish before 5. There's no doubt about that.
And so I am working on a jury charge.
Yes, sure.
I will email that. I will email a draft of that, so you at least know those things in it that I'm including, and you can. I'll give you an opportunity to. We'll discuss that on the record. You'll ask for making any motions of anything you want added or something you think is not appropriate. But I will send you emails of that this evening. And we'll see how early we finish tomorrow. If we finish in decent time, I'll go ahead and charge the jury. Unless we finish extremely early, we probably won't close until Thursday. But go ahead and be working on it. Because if we got time, we can get it all in there.
All right.
Okay?
Sounds fair.
Anything else?
There you go.
All rise. This honorable court is adjourned till tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m.
Tomorrow again. Sounds like it'll get wrapped up. Maybe get a verdict, but probably not. Maybe get a All right, I want to thank everybody that stopped by. All right, folks, thanks to everybody that stopped by. We'll be back again tomorrow. All right, folks, thanks to everybody that stopped by. We'll be back again tomorrow. Like I said, it doesn't sound like I don't think we'll get our verdict tomorrow. I think it'll be the next day, but we shall see. We're going to go look for some more stuff and catch y'all tomorrow. Don't forget to like the live, hit that bell, and we will see you the next time. Thank you.